Hello, everyone. Welcome to the final episode of the Elwood Expedition, which is our Alas for the Awful Sea limited series full of puppies and unicorns and rainbows and togetherness and love and forgiveness. So before we get into the My Little Pony Wonderland that is Alas for the Awful Sea, let's do the thing where we introduce ourselves and let folks know a little bit about where they can find you, and also a little bit about your wonderful, giving, kind character. Let's start with Tough.
Hi, I am 90 Tough Love, or Tough, or Torf, or Torflepin, or some other variety of nickname. I am a variety streamer on Twitch. You can find me at twitch.tv/90 Tough Love. You can also find me on Twitter at that name, though I'm bad at tweeting. I am playing Loretta, who is definitely not from a very creepy, awful anglerfish mermaid culture. She is actually genuinely very motherly and has kind of adopted slash kidnapped someone to replace her son. So yeah, she's great. Probably the most sane person on the group, which is weird because she's a fish person, but that's fine. Go Sin.
Hi, I'm Sin or Potato9_juice on Twitch. I play TTRPGs with cool people and hang out in cooler channels. Uh, I stream occasionally, and you can find me on the Instagrams where I post the arts at Are Not Art. I play Minerva, who is the cook, who is super pure and innocent and has no sins whatsoever. It's totally fine. And she doesn't like to torment the child who Loretta has adopted slash kidnapped, that she totally didn't murder the family of. It's fine. Everything's fine. Why?
Hello, my name is Twi'lek, and I am lightly stabbed at the moment, and I am a sailor on this ship, just an ordinary sailor, so possibly the most mundane of all of us, maybe. And I look forward to playing with you all. Go Backwin.
Hi, I'm the Backwin. I'm a variety streamer on Twitch. I play a multitude of games, mostly adventure or action-based. I am playing Logan. Logan is an upstanding narrator of the entire game that we're playing. He is a benevolent god, and oh, yeah. He has a fish that he found overboard. This is a normal fish that I found that is my pet now.
So many lies. The sad thing is that Logan doesn't realize he's lying because he's completely insane. Whew. All right, I am Michael or Zero Daylight or DMGM narrator keeper. Whatever. Yeah, I run games here a couple times a week. Sometimes get a chance to play them, and play games over at Duckworks channel every Wednesday, and maybe a couple times a month over on Fridays or Mondays or whatever over at My Fair Kelly's. And on Sundays, I run games at the Juice to TV program and the Lissa T I'm a Partner Now channel. Yay. So yeah, we do lots of smaller games, more narrative games that are more about character and story. And it just seems like, for whatever reason, it has nothing to do with me, we often play games that involve terrorizing the players and characters. And this is one of those. This is Last for the Awful Sea, which is a terrible, terrible game. I mean, it's a lovely game. It's very beautiful, but it's not uplifting at all. It is about poverty-stricken people who are subsistence fishing in a world full of Cthulhu-esque monsters and supernatural horror and just awful, awful people, including themselves. So yeah, previously, they had been dealing with the fact that the fish in the area near Dunmire have begun to be pulled in and the net's wrong. Too many eyes, not enough eyes, weird tentacles, making weird, strange mewling sounds, some of them seeming like they want to be caught and gutted open. I think it was Ephraim who found something, had a little vision in church and found something interesting inside a fish, specifically a pocket watch, I believe it was, that you lost many, many years ago. Or was it a compass?
Compass, yes.
Yeah, I found a compass that you had lost overboard many, many years ago. Mystery ensued. You made friends-ish with the family that brought in the fish because you wanted to find out where the fishes were being brought in. Turned out they weren't nice people, so you took them out on their boat and murdered them. Except for the young boy who was saved. And now he's like halfway to Stockholm Syndrome. But at that point, Minerva had served you a lovely poison stew that was apparently hallucinogenic and caused Ephraim to walk the plank voluntarily because he thought he saw a friend very nearby on an island. Turns out, not true. Middle of the Atlantic, he drowned. But Loretta saved him by immersing him in some weird, slightly glowing fluid in an underwater temple to ancient unnamed gods. And Ephraim's fine now. Anyway, then you had a lovely time wandering around town. I think actually Ephraim spent most of his time failing to murder a bunch of folks in the flop house and then hiding in the church staring at the ocean. Dreaming about the day when all the liquid in the world, including people's blood, would flow back into the ocean where it belongs. While everyone else went up to the big house to talk to Captain Elwood. For a couple of reasons. One, because Logan is insane and wants to renegotiate his contract. And two, because Loretta appropriately wanted permission to bring the young boy Daniel along, knowing that the Porpoise, your ship, is departing in the morning. While there was an argument that some of you listened in on between Captain Elwood and his very creepy ancient father. And where we left off, I believe, was that Logan was trying to renegotiate a contract. You don't have a contract. This is the mid to late 19th century. But it's fine. You think you have one. But for whatever reason, the normally stolid Captain Elwood has been intrigued by the idea of having an insane henchman that will do whatever he wants for money. Don't know why. Other than the fact that he just had a really nasty fight with his father who's coming on the ship with you. So who knows? I think the ladies were dismissed to the drawing room for some weak tea and stale biscuits. So, did I miss anything? Oh, Logan lives in a cave and has a butler that's a stack of rocks and some sticks.
I live in a mansion. Weird voice from above.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he walks around with a rapier that isn't a rapier. It's just like a fisherman's knife. But anyway, it's fine.
Ephraim's Minerva's cousin.
Oh, thank you. Yes. We had another little fishy. Once you found the super secret location, you pulled up another little fishy that was very interested in being caught and cut it open. And there was a locket inside that Minerva recalls, especially once opening it, seeing like your auntie that you only met when you were very young. And of course, Ephraim recognized the folks in the picture. So there was a lovely, warm moment as Minerva, who has no family of origin issues whatsoever, greeted her long-lost cousin with open arms. Just a little bit to process. So, Logan.
Yes.
Captain Elwood invites you into his study, closes the door behind.
Wait, the study that was upstairs where he was just previously yelling at
that was his father's chamber.
Okay, sure.
The study is on the, what would that be? The east side of the house. The parlor where the ladies are is on the west side. So, have a seat, Logan.
I will sit in the comfiest chair in the room.
He's already currently sitting in it. So unless you want to sit on his lap, which is going to make this a very, very different scene.
You have to fade to black for that.
I mean,
I will sit in a different chair, I guess.
It might. Who knows? I mean, if you're looking for a promotion.
Yes, I will sit in a different chair. Yes, across from him.
Yes. So, I hear you're not satisfied with the terms of your employment.
That is what I said to you, yes.
Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, while we were docked, and I wasn't allowed to stay on the boat for whatever reason that was about, I had to find a place to
Rats.
sleep. Sure. I could just ate them. I had to find a place to sleep, and didn't have a place anywhere in this weird village.
There's a flop house.
Yeah, that's for the common folk. I teamed up with some other people that were on the boat. I don't remember their names. And
Would it
we
be
got our
Loretta and
own
Minerva who are in the next room? Ladies, one of whom is the cook, the other one is the one who is our navigator.
I don't think she's a
Does
navigator.
any of that ring a bell?
The cook does.
Excellent.
I
Do
believe
go
the
on.
other
I'm
one
sorry I
was the
interrupted you.
Fisher lady.
Yes, same thing. Go ahead. Tell me all about your story.
We got we had another man too. I don't remember his name. It
Ephraim.
might be French or something. I don't know.
Ephraim.
Don't speak
It's
French.
biblical.
Don't like Bibles either. Wow. So we found some weird, disgusting fish. It had like 3 eyes. It's orange. I don't know. And Affable was he wanted the fish, and he opened the fish, and there was something inside of it. I don't remember what. So then we were on a hunt for all these weird fish. And we met some other people that knew where to get the weird fish. So we got on their boat, and they fell off their boat, and then I was the captain of their boat. So I technically have the title of captain. And then they all mutinied against me to join you again. So I figured, as my experience as another captain, I should be able to be paid a little bit more.
There are so many things to unpack in your story. However,
Well, you don't have to unpack. You live here.
yes. These fish with strange items in them, items that were long thought lost. Who did you speak to about them? Have you been spreading that around town?
No, I don't talk with the town people. They're idiots.
Have your
Plus, I don't think they speak
companions
English.
been spreading rumors, false hope, ginning up superstition among the populace?
No, pretty sure they already have their own superstitions.
Well,
Plus, their beer sucks.
that's good. Well, I certainly can't offer you a captaincy of my own ship, as that position is taken. And I don't
First
know
mate.
that you have the skill. I don't think that you want the complication, the complex and onerous duties of a first mate or quartermaster. How would you like to be my special agent?
The hell does that mean?
It means that you are empowered to act on my behalf in very particular missions that I will give you. I could certainly be convinced to pay more for a successful mission on the condition that your involvement is discreet and that my involvement is never spoken of.
Well, that sounds like fun.
Yes. I have a sense that you're a man who stops at very little to get what he wants.
I mean, I'll probably stop if there's a big pile of gold somewhere.
Yes.
A little pile, I'll probably walk by that.
What I mean is you don't let others stand in the way.
No, of course not. I have places to go. They can't be standing in my way. They need to move.
Exactly. And if they are for example, near the railing of a ship and were to happen to fall over, oh well.
Yeah, I'm not saving him.
Excellent.
I'm not a hero.
He will toss you, a month's wages. Make yourself comfortable. Join us
I
on the
will.
boat. And then, when I call you to my cabin, just be sure you aren't seen. And I will give you your mission then.
Sounds good to me.
Excellent. Well, you'd best collect your friends. I have family business to deal with before we depart. Goodbye. And he kind of waves his hand at you.
Okay. I pick up my pouch of money. Go to the drawing room to the women.
Yep. You're dunking dry, crumbly biscuits in tea just to make them palatable.
Did you have fun with the captain?
Yes. Still a little confused about this, but yeah, you two are coming with me. Also, I have no idea why this is called a drawing room if you're just sitting here eating. Isn't that just a kitchen?
It's the room that you withdraw to.
Yes. It's a contraction.
Yes.
It's a stupid name for a room. Wouldn't have one of those in my manor.
Right, your manner. Anyways, where are we coming with you to?
To the boat.
We don't go until tomorrow.
No, we're getting on the boat now.
Well, I will have to stop at home and collect my new apprentice.
Oh, right, yeah. Him.
Mm-hmm. I also don't take orders from the hired help on the ship.
That's
Minerva,
weird.
let's go collect our belongings and maybe find Ephraim.
Where is Ephraim? I think you had just followed a little inland and were watching the water flow into the sea. What else have you been up to? I mean, because I think it probably takes about an hour to get up to the house and wait around and then deal with all the conversation and come back. So what have you been up to?
I'm still moving along the river, walking as I go, and I have been dipping fabric in and seeing how fast it flows and wondering whether I could stuff it down someone's throat.
Okay. That's fine. Can't go wrong. I mean, you're within... I think if you probably pop your head up or climb up a little bit of a ridge, you can still see the village. This is not a big island. But so, what happens now?
Yeah, Loretta's gonna go back to her cottage, probably bringing Minerva along with, and go inform Daniel that he has a position on the ship, and if he messes it up, Loretta's gonna eat him. I mean, beat him.
Okay. He is still very skittish because his family was murdered by you guys yesterday. But he didn't like them.
Nope, that was 2 days ago.
Oh, fine. He didn't really like them that much. And at least Loretta has been very kind to him. So I think he's startled to see you, but once you let him know that you have indeed done the impossible and secured him a position aboard ship, which will offer him some degree of autonomy in life, he is extremely grateful. And then you threaten to beat him.
I mean, if he messes up, that
So
comes
he
out
looks
on my
he looks
hide,
hurt
so-
and confused.
It's fine. Just don't mess up. Don't
And
worry.
then looks over at Minerva, who's probably sharpening a knife or something. Or, who knows. Miming with scissors chopping off someone's fingers, something horrific. And then gets real quiet and just says, "Yes, ma'am." I won't do
Yeah.
nothing wrong. I'll work real hard. I'll be real quiet.
Got that.
Cool. So, what happens now? You have gathered the boy and your things. Logan,
Yes.
I'm sure, has a list of duties for his butler that he needs to discuss with him. Probably some sort of like annual performance review. Telling him
Yeah.
once again he's not getting a raise.
Yeah. Well,
I have a question.
he
Yes.
also lost one of his arms.
Seagulls will do that. Yes.
Yeah.
Can Minerva take a potato from Loretta's kitchen?
Certainly.
Okay.
I don't want to know why.
Well, you can make many things from potato, mostly vodka.
Yeah. Fish pie often has potatoes in it. Cool. So, Ephraim, I will say you're not entirely alone, because this is probably one, aside from maybe a well here or there, this is one of the nearest kind of free and relatively clean sources of fresh water in the Dunmire area. So we'll say some random villager comes along with a couple of buckets and disturbs your reverie. They seem very friendly. They seem very friendly. Like startled at first to see someone just standing there. And then maybe doesn't recognize you, but does like, oh, you're not a stranger. You're not a rover from somewhere else. So good day to you. And then we'll just go busy themselves with filling their buckets full of water.
Good day.
All right, then. Kind of look at you. A little like you're just standing over by the river. But then, has things to do.
I want to see what's in their buckets, whether it's just water.
Ah. Well, why don't you... Let me open up. There's not like an insanity check. I think it could be read a situation. It could be sense what's beyond. Or you could read another's thoughts to try to get inside this hapless villager's head. There's a couple of different ways you could gather more information.
I am going to sense what's beyond, please.
Okay.
That would be 9.
All right. You receive fragments and mysteries. I think the thing that you pick up is a pull, a gravity, it's hard to describe it. You can sense an absence, like something about they've got a yoke over their shoulders and they've got 2 buckets hanging from it. And something about the way that it sloshes as they kind of struggle up the scree, this little small rise to go back to town. It's almost like the water wants out. Like, I think in your current state, when you see the water splashing, it's like it's being taken from its natural course to be polluted and filtered through their hideous, hot, messy, smelly, organic meat bodies. It is just like it's desperately trying to splash out and get back into the stream where it would follow nature's course and become one with the sea.
As the villager is moving up this hillside, I am going to lightly walk up around them and to right above them so that so that if they want to get past me, they have to move along the side. And then I'm going to step in their way again and again until they stop trying to get up the hillside.
Yes. Well, they are at first confused, then concerned, and then angered. What are you playing at? Gotta get this water back. At first it's like, oh, can I help you? Is something wrong? You seem. Are you ill? And then it's pretty soon. Stop this game, stranger. Get out of my way.
I am going to push them on the shoulders backwards down the hill.
Well, that seems like you're acting with force.
That will be a 4.
That's not good at all. How can things get worse? Well, I think the way things can get the most worse is if, in going to push them, you stumble. And you both go rolling down the rocky decline and splash into the cold water. I think you both take a harm, which for a common person is a very severe injury. We'll say that this hapless villager broke a leg and is now screaming for help. Like, specifically screaming, murder, murder. Because that's what people back in the old day would do.
Well, if he's screaming and yelling and making a noise, then I am grateful that the water is back on the ground and moving to where it's beyond. I am. But he really ought to stop that. I really ought to stop him from doing that.
Are you going to try to intimidate him, convince, or are you going to manipulate him into stopping?
No.
Okay.
I am going to take off my hat and I'm going to shove it into his mouth and hold it there.
Yes. All right. That's another act with force. Get another 4.
That was beer free.
Oh. All right. He bites the tip of your finger off in the struggle. I don't think it actually does harm, though. Because you didn't do any harm to him. You were just trying to muffle him. So something about, your hat is very large. His mouth is, he's not just going to open it as wide as he can. It's something about trying to shove it in. As soon as he felt one of your fingers go in, he bites it off.
Well, on the bright side, my oilskin hat is waterproof, so the blood will just roll off.
True.
That's a good thing, right? Yeah.
And we do have boons and banes in case you would like to use them. Because pretty soon things are going to get real bad.
I am going to want to bash his head in.
All right. Let's try that again.
That one was a 12, which is all right.
Oh, that's quite good. All right. So choose 3 options from Act with Force. He is flailing and fighting back. So you're at risk of further harm if you don't reduce it.
Well, I want to suffer little harm because I don't really want to die.
Yes.
And I am at half health now.
Yeah.
He's heavily injured, and I think a little harm would kill him, I think. So, take a definite hold of the situation would be better choice. So, I'm at no risk whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I'm going to frighten him. I am going to lean in as I kill him, and I am going to whisper into his ear about what happens to him after he dies.
Oh. Well, so his last few moments are not very pleasant. I think the camera pulls back and maybe focuses on like a pretty rock on the shore or something. So all we see is slightly out of focus figures thrashing and splashing and some dull thudding, smacking sounds. But soon enough, bits of him leak out and join the flow of the little stream into the ocean.
I'm going to wrap my hand first, and
Okay.
then I would like to hide the body. I think I'm going to hide it low to the ground so that his life can drift into the stream.
Ah. So just, pin it with a rock or something. Okay, cool. So by the time Ephraim wanders back into town, he's got a rag or something wrapped around. I mean, it wasn't like a full, like half of it. It was just like, just the tip. And it's interesting. There's not a lot of blood. There's a little, but by the time you reach, I mean, when the first person who sees Ephraim, you see a handkerchief or something wrapped around his finger. There's a little spot of blood on it, but you're expecting maybe a cut, not a missing knuckle.
Oh, did you slip on a rock, Ephraim, and cut your finger?
Let me give you a plausible explanation for the injury that you have.
Yes, I did. It was.
Oh,
I'm very lucky that I didn't lose any of life's water, but well, we live and we learn, don't we?
yeah. Anyways, are you coming with us to the boat?
I shall join you. Let us go to the boat.
All right. Logan,
Yep.
where are you? What are you doing? What
Well,
preparations
after
are you
I've
making?
talking to my servant for quite a time, possibly hid some belongings somewhere in my house. Closed the door and then left on out. Oh yeah, I took a small bottle, picked up my fish, put that with me so I can pet him, and headed back to the town to find my smaller friends.
All right. What is in the bottle?
My fish.
Oh, okay. Is the bottle and the fish in your head, or is there like an actual physical object that you have brought with you? Yes. So asking Batquin, not Logan, do you actually have anything? Are we talking about like a white rock that you're carrying?
He picked up a probably the mutated corpse of a mutated fish
Okay.
and put it in a bowl or something.
Or maybe like a jar with a lid.
Yeah, that's probably it. And he's just petting the lid.
Okay.
For now.
All right. So, Logan approaches carrying a jar that has had something disgusting crammed into it. What happens now?
Oh, are we all here? Ready to go to the boat?
Yes, I suppose we are. I'm not even going to ask. Let's just go do our jobs.
I'd like to lean over and talk to Daniel for a second.
He pulls closer to Loretta, seeing as how you're the person who started murdering his family. Yeah, yes, sir. What? Yes, sir. I didn't do nothing.
How is your day going?
Yeah.
I hear you're going to join us upon the boat.
Yes, sir. Is that okay?
Yes, that's wonderful. There's plenty of things to do on the boat. Boat stuff, other non-boat stuff, but we don't do them on the boat.
Looks very
But
confused.
as long as you follow the instructions of everybody else, you should work out fine. And if you don't, well, then you're suddenly a pirate and you're 65 and you got an earring.
Yes, sir. If you say so, sir. He just looks up at Loretta like...
He's odd. Very odd. Just
I
stay
would,
away from him and don't listen to what he tells you to do.
I would never say that, ma'am.
Minerva moves closer to Loretta as Daniel moves closer to Loretta.
Yeah. It's a
Minerva,
weird little
darling.
dance. He's trying to keep Loretta between him and you.
Loretta's just standing stock still as Minerva and Daniel are just slowly rotating around her.
They're doing the maypole dance around you.
Minerva, why don't you go check on your cousin? He seems to have cut himself earlier.
Okay. And as Minerva's walking away, she'll send a light glare Daniel's way and then walk over to
Just-
Ephraim.
Cower. Like you threw something at him.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. It's just a minor scratch. It's just flesh and blood. We don't really need flesh, do we? How are you, Minerva?
Minerva's okay. Minerva thinks. Minerva's not too happy that Daniel's closer to Loretta, but it's fine.
That's great news. I come in and give Minerva a big hug, and I squeeze her.
Minerva hugs Ephraim back.
I can hear her
Not as tightly, but like back.
You can feel just the throbbing. Like she's so full, she's about to pop. Like every beat of her heart, it's like it just wants to gush out. But at the same time, this is your cousin. This is a connection to family that you have long lost. So I would say you're probably not overtly compelled to do something about it necessarily, but you certainly are aware. And Minerva, he seems a bit chilly. But again, he's been outside. You never know. I don't think Minerva would pick up on the whole heart not beating, not breathing thing. Or maybe you would. Who knows? Up to you. But yes, lovely family reunion hugging in the street.
And then,
Right.
well, once we finish hugging, Minerva and I will walk up the gangplank and onto the ship.
All right.
And we'll be preparing to go. Us and our potato.
Yes. So, you all make your way aboard ship. Begin doing your duties, whatever those might be. You are some of the few who, you are some of the few who are currently aboard ship. The rest of the crew begins to filter in because you're departing in the morning, and word has slowly been getting about town. So you have an opportunity. Minerva certainly has more than enough time to prepare the necessary meal. The captain does not join you, but you do as you're trained, and you serve the various different sailors. The mood is somewhat subdued, as it often is on the day of departure and a day after, because most people are still a little drunk or hungover, and at least a good portion are not necessarily looking forward to having no alcohol or entertainment or opportunity to curse for however long. a few days, a week, 2 weeks, you don't know. No one really knows exactly what the expedition is. Is there anything that needs to happen aboard ship the night before you depart?
I think Loretta's maybe trying to get like a sense of what exactly it is that they're doing, and if she needs to like locate anything or if this is something different.
You ask around, and no one seems to know what the destination is. I mean, folks are just doing what they do. I mean, they're stowing the nets and making ready as if it's a fishing trip, because that's usually what it is. But no one really has any intel. You are able to run down. The first mate arrives a bit later. He has he makes a little bit more money, so he has a home and a family here, a little bit outside of town, and tends to prefer to eat with his family when he can, as opposed to with all the sailors. So he arrives and knows you well, and you can ask. He knows very little except that he is to make a cabin ready. Now, there aren't a lot of like cabins. This is not a cruise ship. There is the captain's quarters, and then there are various different places where people bunk down. So he is tasked with clearing out a space and ensuring that it is private, because apparently the captain is bringing his father, which seems odd. I mean,
Yeah.
and he's he is very loyal to the captain, so he's like, I'm not questioning. It just seems dangerous to bring a man so aged aboard ship. But
Yeah.
the captain was
Odd.
most vexed and didn't really want to provide me any more information. But if you're looking for some way to help, you can certainly help me clear out an area. Perhaps it would do well to make the area comfortable and appealing, and with a woman's touch, perhaps that might be something that's beyond me. So I'm happy to leave it in your capable hands, Loretta.
Sure, since it doesn't seem as though I need to be doing anything else at the moment. Daniel, let's
Yes, ma'am.
teach you how to make up a cabin.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so Daniel will help you.
Yep. Making it so nice. It's not weirdly set up at all, because Loretta definitely knows things about how humans decorate their homes.
So you
that's
attempt
like-
to decorate it?
Sure.
Okay. That seems fine to me. How about you just roll plus brain for me, just to get a sense. It's not really a move. I just kind of want to get a sense of how well.
That's a 10.
Oh. And I will even say that Daniel is so motivated to help you that he assists you, which kicks it up to a 12.
Yeah.
Or an 11 or 12. But regardless, you think about what you saw at the captain's home. You think about how you've observed. I mean, predators often observe their prey, so you probably have a little bit more information about how humans behave, particularly when they're at ease and unaware and therefore vulnerable, than maybe you thought you did. So together, you and Daniel put together a very comfortable spot. Very private. Well done. At least someone did something productive. Anyone else?
I would like to visit the whatever passes for a doctor on this ship and have my finger seen to.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, they'll just douse it in vinegar. Take a look at it and go, what happened there?
Ah, well, you see, I had a small accident. I was trying to fetch a chimney sweep who had got stuck up a chimney, and the boy was kicking and kicking, and it just clipped my finger straight off.
I think they'll immediately be less concerned about your finger and start to do like rudimentary version of, do you know what year it is? Who's the president? But, and then we'll just go, well, if you don't want to tell me, it's fine. And they go, yeah, it looks, I mean, it's going to be ugly. But it doesn't look like you're at risk of losing your life unless it gets infected. So best douse this. And so they douse it in vinegar or because there's no spirits aboard. So whatever they can use to disinfect it, and then we'll wrap it in a reasonably clean cloth and just tell you, come to me again if it starts to smell. Might have to chop it off. Better lose a finger than a hand. Oh, get out of here.
And I'm relieved that he didn't try to cauterize it.
Yeah. It's barely even oozing at this point. And it doesn't look like it's starting to become infected, so it seems like it's okay. You had, spent some time, I'm sure, rinsing it in the purifying waters. Didn't want to let a single drop of what was in you go to waste on the ground. And maybe that was helpful in preventing infection. Are Logan and Minerva doing anything for preparation?
I'd like to go to the galley.
Okay. Where Minerva is.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey there, Morphe?
Minerva.
Yep, that's what I said.
Mhm.
What kind of food do we have for tonight?
Dried fish, salted fish, pickled fish, wilted carrots, pickled
Great.
vegetables, cabbage, beef bones because the captain is kind, and a single potato.
Minerva's potato.
For now.
Daniel must not touch Minerva's potato.
Minerva? See, I see that there might be a problem aboard this ship already. But, lucky for you, the captain is quite busy. He has a guest or two or something coming aboard. Not exactly sure, but he did intend to leave you behind, did he not?
No?
Weren't you supposed to live with the guy in the big place? I don't know what the hell it is. The guy I yelled at one time? Before the other time. The first time. That one.
Church?
Yeah, I thought you were going to stay with him and learn something or something until he got really weird and creepy.
Minerva was to study with Father Thomas, but then when the captain came back, Minerva comes back to the ship.
Ah, that was the deal. I didn't hear it all, but I'm sure that the captain will want to know how your studies went.
Yes, he may be interested in what you learned, Minerva.
So, my question is, because I know where you were for most of it, because you were part of my crew. Did you learn anything?
Yes.
Intriguing.
And what did Minerva learn?
Minerva learned that fish can eat solid items that somehow don't have any wear or tear on them. Very strange.
Okay. I don't think that's what you were meant to learn. Weren't you meant to learn some sort of something rudimentary? I forgot what it was, or I wasn't paying attention. One of those. What were you supposed to learn from the father?
Minerva was supposed to learn history? Question mark.
Is it Sin not remembering, or is it Minerva not remembering?
It's Sin not remembering.
Reading and writing.
Oh,
Basic
okay.
literacy. And probably copying Bible verses and things like that. If we recall, the priest was mostly interested in pumping you for information that could be used politically against the captain, but did agree to see to your protection and education. And then there were some threats made and a really weird scene, and you were swept away to live with the old witch on the hill. I mean, the young witch on the hill.
Yeah,
Sorry,
just
Tough.
like middle age.
Yeah.
Right. Reading and writing. How about I help you with that? And you can give me probably the freshest cooked dishes.
Okay.
Okay. Good. That sounds like a good deal.
Yes.
With or without the spiny abominations that cause hallucination and suicidal tendencies. Or does it not matter?
Without?
Well,
Without, not that either
okay.
one will do a damn thing to me.
I mean, that's true. All right, cool. So, so maybe this evening to start lessons.
Yes.
That's very nice of you, Logan. I mean,
Yes.
I've decided that Logan
Nice.
definitely has syphilitic paresis. So, because penicillin isn't a thing yet. But that's fine. It doesn't mean you can't be nice sometimes. All right.
Exactly. Completely nice. Don't look in the chat.
Early morning. Bells ring. Actually, who do you think would be up on deck or closest on deck? Who would be closest?
The captain.
Well, yes. Who would be closest to that little makeshift private cabin area that Loretta and Daniel put together?
Closest to the kitchen.
Probably Loretta.
Oh, I think it wouldn't be near the kitchen. It would probably be back in the stern of the ship. I mean, it's basically a storeroom.
Mm.
But like not near the main hold where you would put fish and cargo and things.
Right. What's Ephraim's job?
I'm a sailor. I sleep before the mast.
Yeah.
Yep, it's definitely not you.
Loretta could probably be rummaging around and maybe something.
And I think Daniel is probably very
Yeah,
Just
well,
sticking
and I
on you.
probably need to show Daniel different parts of the ship, so I'm
Yeah.
probably touring him around.
well. So you then are awake when what passes for a carriage arrives. This is in the wee hours of the morning. The sun, I mean, maybe the east is just starting to get a little bit light. And as is often the case in this season, there is a fog hanging not too thickly, wispily over the bay. And perhaps what attracts your attention is the sound of horses' hooves on the occasional stone that isn't covered by mud and grime in the streets of Dunmire, and just the creaking of tack and the neighing of horses, and it's enough of a racket, especially this early in the morning. Attracts your attention, and yes, in fact, you see the captain, and he is carrying a dry, like a dry bundle of twigs of a man who just kind of croaks and grumbles at him. And you can hear not the words, but being present for the argument yesterday, you could hear what sounds to your mind like, "Are you sure it's not too late to turn back?" And "Take me aboard." And you see him. I mean, he's a strong man. He's past his prime, but he's fit. So he's able to carry, wrapped in a blanket, this man. Kind of kicks on the door to the little small cubby where the first mate stows himself, and asks him to show him where the space has been made ready for his father, and then to fetch the bags. We leave at first light.
Can I try to figure out why the old man wants to be on the boat?
How would you like to figure out why? I think Daniel will probably say, What does that old man want to be on a boat? I heard he's rich as Croesus. He certainly isn't. He isn't here to make a living like the rest of us.
No, he's
do you think,
definitely not.
Do you think maybe he's going somewhere? But at that age, where would you? I heard old man Elwood hasn't left his home since I've been alive. It's most strange.
It's very odd indeed. Keep on with what you're doing, Daniel.
Well, I was trying to sleep, miss, until you woke me.
Yes, well,
but if there's something you need doing, I'll do it.
I would like you to scan the water nearby. Tell me where you think the most fish would be once I return.
Okay, well, he'll very gamely just go up and look at the water like,
yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, she's just trying to keep him distracted.
Okay.
And then maybe just kind of go and approach the captain and say, "Oh, sir, I can show you the cabin. I prepared it last night for I assume that was for your father."
Oh, yes, thank you. That's most kind. And then you lead him there. Did you do all this yourself?
Yes, the boy I told you about assisted.
Ah, well done. And he's still carrying this. Remember, it's like liver spot bald little wisps of hair. Just, yeah. I mean, still it has a hood and wrapped in a blanket. One very spindly, almost yellow-skinned arm crooked out. Put me down. And then we'll set him down on what amounts to a cot or something. You, girl, come closer.
Compose and then step closer. Yes, sir.
Are you the one that will see to all my needs while I'm aboard ship?
I suppose for now, yes.
The captain will... Father, Loretta is our navigator. She will have duties throughout the day.
That's Quite all right, sir. I do have the new help, and he can use some time by himself to make sure he's learned everything that I am teaching him.
Yes. So you will, yes, use your new apprentice. See to my father.
Yes, sir.
Well done. All right. Can he be trusted? I mean, this is good work. So yes, father, we'll have someone see to you, someone who doesn't have a vital role aboard ship. Cabin boy, if you will. All right. I'm going to compose myself before we depart in the morning. Goodbye, father. And he walks out. The old man kind of, like, as you go to leave, it's a very enclosed space. He doesn't take up a lot of it, though. He probably weighs like 90 pounds max. So he's literally just skin and bones, but he will, like, kind of reach a claw out and grab at your skirt a bit. I want to say, thank you. Come and see me again.
With pleasure, sir. It will be a delight to have you aboard for the expedition.
And then he'll just cackle a dry, kind of like he knows that he's horrifying and is laughing at the fact that you're having to pretend not to be disgusted. It's a cruel laugh.
Yeah.
So, the ship sets sail in the morning. Anything anyone needs to do?
Can Minerva make a feast?
Sure.
Can Minerva use to move a handsome feast?
Sure. Might as well.
Okay. Yeah. What's brown?
Roll a 3.
uh that's a 13.
Ooh, that is really good. So I think I have to major bayonet. Roll again. Because it's not interesting if it's just like, oh yeah, and you make a really delicious, yummy food.
Do you want me to use a different set of dice?
No, it doesn't
Do
matter.
you want... It was worse.
Good.
Now it's 7.
Oh, okay. So what do you get on a partial success?
On a 7 to 9, choose one. Everyone becomes inhibited and loose-lipped. Everyone feels obligated to repay you for your hospitality. Everyone is sick and temporarily incapacitated. Everyone remembers little of the feast except food poisoning. So it's when you cook everyone a meal, you can choose to make a delicious feast or a nauseating disaster. So I think 2 of them are supposed to be if you want to make a good and 2.
Yes. And you're trying to make a good one, right? Or are you trying to poison everyone on board ship? Because I'll take that Major Bane back if you were trying to kill everyone. No, go ahead.
I was trying to make a good one.
Okay, so which one do you choose?
Everyone feels obligated to repay you for your hospitality.
All right. Yes, there's something about Minerva's appearance and the extra care that you put into the meal that I guess it just warms everyone's cockles. And, a few of the fellows, I mean, there's a lot of young men aboard. A few of them are perhaps growing accustomed to Minerva and are perhaps a bit more familiar. Not inappropriately so, but we'll say that they express gratitude and appreciation in a very friendly manner. One of them is even quite handsome. dark hair, rather dashing.
Minerva will go along with it.
I mean, he's not trying to chat you up in the middle of in the middle of breakfast. But so what you're saying is you not only don't discourage it, you slightly encourage it.
Yeah.
Okay, that can't go wrong.
Nope.
Oh God, this poor guy.
So, none of you are privy to the communication between the captain and whatever the guy, not bosun, the one who actually steers.
Helmsman.
Helmsman, thank you, or something. But you do hear the orders being given, and you are experienced enough to realize that you are attacking around the island and then heading out to sea. And there are no orders regarding making the nets ready. Minerva, on the basis of the amount of on just the status of the stores when you were cooking breakfast this morning, the ship is laid in for 2 weeks, like a lot more than normal. And perhaps that's one of the reasons it was easy to throw together such a delightful meal, is that you have many more provisions than you are used to in most cases. Is anyone doing anything on the first day?
Rena's probably gonna have to check in with the captain and figure out what she's supposed to be doing if she's not hunting for fish.
Oh, you can knock on the cabin, or the captain's out and about. You can ask him.
Yeah. Sir, if I might beg a moment of your time. Is there something you would like me to be doing? We have not set the nets.
Perhaps on the way back. For now, just make yourself useful. I trust that you can do that.
Yes, sir. Just thought, is there any reason we're not setting the nets?
We need to be somewhere quickly. My father wants to be somewhere quickly. We'll give it a few days. I suspect that after a few days at sea, he will change his mind, and then on the way back, we can fill our coffers with fish.
Excellent. I will scope out spots in the meantime that we can pass by on our return.
My father speaks most highly of your boy.
Daniel, he's a delightful lad.
Yes.
Rather tragic,
strange. My
but...
father was never found children particularly appealing, even his own. But congratulations on a good choice.
Thank you, sir. I told you he would do well.
Yes. Well, be on with you.
Yes, sir.
Do be sure the men are ready, but for now, just, I don't know, keep them busy somehow.
Oh, don't worry, sir. I can find plenty of things for them to do.
Anything else on day one?
Logan is going to sharpen his knife. I mean, rapier.
Yes. So we've had breakfast, we've had knife sharpening, we've had strange conversation with the captain. Anyone else need to do anything before night falls?
I have eaten a meal and thus feel grateful and want to show my appreciation to Minerva.
Yes, you should.
But I am a poor sailor who has nothing to do and has to work doing sales and stuff. So I suppose on my breaks, I'm going to have a fishing line out the back of the ship.
It's breaks?
Yeah.
This is a weird-ass ship.
When the sail is set and we're on course, I don't have to do anything. It's just, we're tacking or whatever.
There's busy work. There's always cleaning and repair and tarring and things like that to be done.
Yeah,
But
the
it's
poop
not like
deck
it's
needs to be swabbed constantly.
yes, well.
It's full of poop.
But yes, you do have enough, not exactly leisure, but you have time when you're not occupied. So you're looking to fish. Why don't we see? I mean, it's a situation that could get better or worse. Let's just say acting under pressure. It's not perfect, but it'll do. And balance seems like a good attribute to test this against.
That would be a 9.
Ah. So,
I would like to spend a minor boon in order to put that into a 10.
fine.
Killjoy.
So it's just type exclamation point, spend, minor boon, camel caps. How unfortunate. I mean, I still can make things weird and worse. It's not that bad. I have unlimited narrative major banes, rather. All right, so I was going to give you the option to like take injury or lose your rod and reel because you did hook something quite large, but you do it. You don't buckle or falter. Yes, you do catch something very, very large. It nearly pulls you over. But luckily, as if the stars just aligned, there were enough sailors nearby that saw you struggling who came and caught you. So you now have something very, very large.
Is it an octopus?
Don't know. Gonna reel it in?
Absolutely. It might have suckers, but I am a sucker.
It's true. You do. You reel it in. And as is the sea's wont these days, it seems to be trying to return to you something that you have lost. At first you think, is it a manta? Because as you bring it to the surface, there's a kind of a blackish flap kind of caught. But then it seems like, and I think once it gets up to speed, the tension becomes less. It just feels like it's a drag on the line. And the sailors help you reel it in. It becomes very clear that it is a person.
Is one of the sailors who is helping me reel it in Minerva's new boy toy?
Sure, why not?
Well, if it's a person, then I'm going to get it up on deck, and I'm going to see if it's newly dead or old.
Yeah, of course, as soon as someone sees that it's a person, and maybe they see it a moment after you do, but you hear a man in the water, and so they get out hooks and pull him in. It becomes very apparent that this person is dead. They pull him in. He does look somewhat familiar, though. It's a youngish man, throat slit.
That could be anybody.
I mean, this is going to be a bit of a kerfuffle. I'm sure everybody's here now.
Oh yeah,
the whole gang.
Oh yeah. I mean, there are people who are like doing their jobs as like the entire crew rushes out on deck. But yes, and of course the captain hearing the hearing the hue and cry, will come out and push people aside. Let me see. And he will cross himself. A few of the other sailors now, seeing that, also belatedly cross themselves because it's the appropriate thing to do. Does anyone know this man? It's not a member of our crew.
I've never seen him before in my life, sir.
Someone's like, I saw you with him yesterday. No, but there are a few people who will say, oh, that's the Smythe boy. I think, let's see. I wonder whether this individual who recognizes the younger of the Smythe men might also have recognized Daniel. Would anyone like to spend a boon to stop that from happening? Or do you want to let it happen?
Boons, all we get is a fish.
Well, you can't spend a fish, unfortunately. Ocean's full
You
of
don't
them.
know me.
Oh, sorry. Misha just redeemed a Major Bane, so I'm going to retract that offer.
Eesh.
How does fish work against Major Banes?
So let me use that one. So we don't have to worry about what... I mean, someone starts to say, oh, I think that's one of the Smythe, the fishermen. So I saw their boat back at the docks this morning, though. I live up near them. And I think they had and then Daniel. Just kind of being curious about what's happening. Pops his head out. He's not looking well to start with. Like before he sees the body of his family member, who he saw brutally murdered not that long ago. But as soon as he sees the body, he faints. Which of course causes more of a ruckus. And then you hear a few people say, oh, I think that's his cousin or brother or father or something. I've seen them together. So, what do you do?
Loretta.
Yeah, Loretta was probably nearby. Yes.
Okay, clean up your people. Can't have them laying on the damn deck.
Stop telling me what to do.
You don't have a job.
Oh,
I haven't seen you with a net all day.
push Logan overboard and eat him alive.
You can try.
I mean, I
I
sure
have a
can.
loaded weapon
So do I.
and a fish.
Gonna go probably kneel down next to Daniel and check on him, and then kind of like, Captain, may I speak with you?
Now?
Regarding the situation.
We should speak to the boy. You hear calling from the doorway kind of that goes into the little rear or the aft hold, a voice. Yeah, bring him to my chamber. He's done such a good job looking after me. I feel I owe it to him. Come, bring the boy.
I'll scoop Daniel up,
Yes.
take him down to the cabin.
Old Ezekiel, maybe he finds the sea air invigorating. But he seems to be, he's using a cane, but he seems to be, managing the swaying motion of the boat quite well. And maybe having put on like clothes and not just being wrapped in a blanket, he looks just a bit more vigorous than he did previously. And it's very nice of him to offer to look after the boy, don't you think?
Yeah, quite kind.
All
Not
right.
concerned about that at all.
So you will carry Daniel, who is, he's now has a sheen of sweat, and he's not having a fit, but he is moaning somewhat. No, don't let her near me. Oh, the blood. So yes. So what do you do? What is everyone doing?
Logan's gonna go back to whatever he was doing.
So just polishing knives and giving people a stink eye and playing with your fish.
Yeah. His name is Mr. Fish. Thank you very much. Weird voice in the sky.
Okay. Lord Fish, Esquire. All right. I know Loretta was going to talk to the captain.
Yeah, I'll leave Daniel with Ezekiel, and then
Yes, who sits on a
pull
little
the-
crate and just pets the boy. There now, son. You'll be fine.
Cool. Yeah, a little more concerned about trying to explain this to the captain before they start putting two and two together of why I suddenly have the boy that was with them and they are now dead.
And at least one of them is dead, but their boat is still back in the harbor.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Logan told him they went on a boat and then people fell overboard. And now he's the
Yeah.
captain of that boat? Yeah. I mean, I feel no guilt about this at all.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I shouldn't have even spent a bane to make it happen. But that's fine. These are the consequences of your choices. Go ahead.
Here comes the
Go ahead.
consequence.
See if you can pull it out of the fire.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, pull the captain aside and be like, there was an incident yesterday. Or 2 days ago. Whatever.
Instant.
Yes. Myself, Logan, Minerva, and Ephraim were curious about the fish. Ephraim believed that he had some sort of revelation about them, and we were so moved by his religious spirit that we decided to investigate. We sought the help of Daniel's family in doing so, but they assaulted us once we got out to sea, and I'd shown them a spot where some fish could be found, so Logan and Minerva acted in self-defense. And now I have taken Daniel in as repayment for the loss of his family.
He just like storm clouds gather on his forehead.
Yeah.
He seems very concerned. And then he thinks back. He said Logan was there.
Yes, sir.
I see. Well. I think Logan is dangerous.
I think he's delusional, mad, and quite dangerous.
He tried to extort me to pay him more money. I told him I would think about it. Mostly just I didn't want to cause, with the unusual nature of this trip, I didn't want to cause any upset with my father around. I thought it would be better to mollify them than to dismiss him immediately. Didn't want him making a scene. But from what you tell me, it sounds like Logan instigated this unfortunate series of events.
Yes, the older of the family approached, seeming with ill intent, and Logan did not hesitate to fire upon him, fatally wounding him and then shoving him overboard.
Yes. Sounds like Logan is prone to violence. One might even say murder.
I believe so, sir.
And if I read your face correctly, it is only through fear of Logan that you did not bring this to me immediately.
Yes, sir. I wanted to wait for the appropriate moment, and,
Yes.
well, it seems as though it can't be kept any longer.
And of course, you have done everything you can to make it right by the boy.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And I'm sure Ephraim and Minerva are likewise blameless.
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we should keep this quiet. We certainly don't want Logan knowing that we understand his culpability in this heinous act. To wait until
Yes,
we're
sir.
all safely back ashore to see to it that he is brought to his justice. I'll have someone watch him.
I
to make
am
sure
already well within his as good of graces as I suppose anyone could get. I would be more than happy to keep an eye on him, sir.
I appreciate that, but we can't have you risking yourself. You're very important to this crew, as are Ephraim and Minerva. So do nothing to upset him. Certainly do and say nothing to let him know your suspicion or the fact that you have spoken to me as you should. Just do nothing to upset him. I'll have someone watch him for your protection and that of my crew and ship. And then when we return, we will see to it he is brought to justice.
I read another's thoughts to
Yes.
Yes, okay.
It's probably a good idea.
Yeah. 7.
We have so many boons.
True.
And remember, a major you can reroll. You don't have to reroll both. You can reroll like if that was like a 6 and a 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Screw it. We got so many. 10.
See, isn't that better?
Yeah.
Cool.
Much better.
So you could ask 3.
First, I would like to know.
You can ask 3 questions, or you could engage him further to get him to talk
Yeah.
about something more, and then ask another question. So it doesn't have to be like all at once.
Yeah. I think first and foremost, she's probably thinking, is he telling the truth about specifically the conversation that he had with Logan?
Not exactly. I mean, sort of. But
Not
he's intending to deceive you about the nature of the conversation. But it's more that he's putting a spin on it than he's like entirely making it up out of whole cloth.
Got it. Sir, I can't help but be curious. Why is your father aboard this trip? He seems far too frail.
It is an impertinent question, but I feel that we are close enough to speak frankly. You have shared with me. My father is nearing the end of his days. And it was his, well, insane wish to once more be upon the ocean. He believes that he will, in some mysterious way, be reunited with my mother. That she is out at sea calling for him. I think it's just the knowledge of his own mortality, but he has been near to death for years now.
Yes.
But only recently has he had this fixation. Only when the tales of fish bringing in strange objects that were lost, only then did this fixation come upon him. That if he could just find the right place, that the thing that he cared about most in his life could be returned to him. And all of my efforts to dissuade him have failed.
Yes, I don't mean to be impertinent again, sir, but we did hear shouting when we arrived at the manor.
Well, I would appreciate your discretion, of course.
Of course. What does this character intend to do?
Kill his father.
Yep. Cool.
Or have someone kill his father, and then have that person who is a known murderer take the fall.
Kind of okay with that.
Yeah. Because this is not this is some slightly mystical knowledge of the truth. Yeah, he's setting Logan up to murder his father and then be blamed for the murder.
Yeah.
And is setting you up to be a witness at the inquest for Logan's instability and previous acts of murder.
Again, kind of okay with it. Um,
And he probably has other fallback plans.
yeah. And just for funsies, what does this character need most?
His father's money.
Ah, yep. It's all coming together.
Yeah. His father has threatened, probably for years, has leveraged his control of the money and just the fact that he still lives to control his son. And especially now that the father has gotten weird. He's just done with it.
Yeah.
And probably wasn't thinking about murdering his father until Logan showed up. Who he hired because he's a known killer. So, but it just like he didn't connect the two. It was like, oh, I could actually, yes. Because if my father dies, I'm the beneficiary. I'm the primary suspect unless someone kills him and can be found guilty and is like someone everyone would go, yeah, that guy's for sure a killer.
That guy's crazy.
Yeah.
He carries a gun around.
And
Cool.
and talks to a jar with a fish in it.
Yeah. Claims he has a manor that nobody can see, and he hides out somewhere on the island. It's very bizarre.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, she'll, I'll keep this between us, Captain. And then probably go help take care of the body that, Nerva definitely didn't murder.
Right. I think they just probably look through his pockets. They don't have any facility for keeping it,
Yeah.
They turned out the pockets, pushed it back in the ocean.
basically.
Loretta mysteriously disappears for a little while.
Loretta, oops, what was that splash? Like, yum, 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 yum. Great.
Yeah.
So Loretta eats the dead body. Well, there goes. You should have done that the first time. There wouldn't have been, wouldn't have been the
should've.
evidence. But you were too busy saving Ephraim.
And Daniel. I didn't
Yes.
have time.
Well, so Daniel seems okay. He's in a little bit of a daze. He still looks very pale and wan.
Probably check on him. You're
Yes.
all right, Daniel.
Yes, miss. I spoke to the nice Mr. Elwood for a good long while.
What did you speak to him about?
Oh, he had all kinds of questions about my life and my family, and he seemed most sympathetic. He's a good man, I think.
Well, that is good to know. I'm glad that there's someone else aboard this ship that can look after you.
Well, it wouldn't be proper for him to look after me. It's my job to look after him.
Yes, well, it's not bad to return the favor every now and again, especially when one faints so abruptly above deck.
I don't know what's wrong with me, miss. Maybe I'm just not used to the sea or on such a big ship, or maybe it was the food or something. I feel okay. He's like, he's got rings around his eyes.
That's not good.
Hair looks dry and brittle.
Daniel, did you eat the soup that Minerva made aboard your family boat?
No, ma'am. I was gonna, but I don't like to talk about it, ma'am, but my family always ate before me.
I got the sense that they would.
So no, miss, I was mostly just yesterday and today I began to feel a little tired. And maybe it's just all the things that happened catching up to me.
Well, if it
But I promise,
continues,
miss, I'm fit and fine, and I can do my work. I know you're counting on me, and I know that old Mr. Elwood's counting on me too.
Yes, well, if it gets any worse, see the doctor. Get yourself taken care of. You're not going to do anyone any good if you're falling behind.
I mean, this is This is not the height of 19th century medicine.
Exactly, but maybe
It's mostly how bad are you hurt? Do we need to chop it off?
some nice children's medication that's
Yeah, no.
laced with all sorts of drugs.
There's not even that, unfortunately.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
Well, it's fine. Tell him to sleep.
Yeah. It's cool. So he'll go back to, coiling a rope or whatever it was he was doing between being summoned for lengthy sessions in the old Mr. Elwood's cabin.
Yeah.
Anything else happening before nightfall? Anyone have anything they need to accomplish?
Logan's going to take a nap with his fish.
Okay. Logan's just going to behave oddly and provide Captain Elwood with all of the ammunition he needs, all of the eyewitnesses he needs to say that, yes, clearly Logan had gone insane. Got it.
Yep.
I still haven't managed to repay Minerva, but I think I've run out of free time myself, and I'm back to working the sales.
All right. So evening. Go ahead.
Minerva preps for dinner and cleans the kitchen.
Yes. So Minerva preps for dinner. There is you are surprised when you feel a bit of not really a tap, but someone kind of rests their hand very lightly on your shoulder. And Minerva's fairly situationally aware for reasons, but was very surprised. Didn't hear anyone come up upon her. Someone is standing behind you with their hand on your shoulder.
Minerva jolts around and holds up her oversized cooking pot.
You see Ezekiel Elwood. Oh, now. No need for that. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I'm afraid your young friend Daniel is feeling rather peaky, so I was hoping I could ask you to make a nice restorative broth for him. Maybe some cheese. And then see to it that our meals are brought to my cabin.
Minerva can do that, sir.
Excellent. Thank you. My, you are a lovely one, aren't you?
Minerva thinks so, yes.
I like a woman who knows her own worth. Well, can't leave the other men starving, so see to us when you can.
Yes, sir.
And your name?
Minerva.
Lovely. Mythological. I shall remember it. And then he just kind of backs away into the shadows, keeping his eyes on you. Looking pretty spry. All right. You serve dinner. You bring them their meals. It's interesting. Daniel appears to be having a lovely time. And old Ezekiel Elwood is like when you bring them the broth and bread and fish and things for their repast. Daniel is up on the bunk next to old Mr. Elwood, who has a book open. And it looks like he's stopped reading to Daniel to tell him some sort of story. And Daniel's kind of laughing weakly, but he seems quite amused by whatever story old Mr. Elwood has told him. And then Daniel looks up and sees Minerva at the door, and he kind of shudders and kind of gloms on to Ezekiel for protection, much like he was with Loretta previously. And Ezekiel just kind of slowly pats his hand. There. Nothing can hurt you with me to protect you. Well, come in, girl. Bring us our food. And you set it down. He's like, yes. So lovely. So young. Yes, did you want something?
No.
Then be
No,
gone.
sir. Okay. Minerva will leave.
Anyway, as I was saying, and then the story goes on. Maybe you hear a weak from Daniel as you leave. So, in the night, does anyone murder anyone?
None of your business what I do.
I mean, I need to know if you murder someone.
I believe we established that in the narrator.
Are there any particularly nasty sailors that Loretta might feel keen to push overboard and then consume?
No. I mean, yeah, no, the best, I mean, this is really kind of the best of the
Salty air.
best. I mean, they're not
Yeah.
awesome, but, working aboard the Porpoise is about the best that most people can hope for in Dunmire.
Yeah.
So, and the strictness of Captain Elwood, he brooks no nonsense. So, who knows what's in their hearts, but they tend to be quite well behaved, at least while they are aboard ship.
Including Minerva's man.
Yes, I think at dinner you probably saw him, try it out again just to see, like, if she would engage, because she's known for being a bit standoffish. So I think as Minerva was serving dinner, he would probably, like, maybe be a bit chivalrous and offer to help. Like, take the basket of bread for her and pass it around, and maybe there's a couple of ooh from some of the other fellows. He gets very, very embarrassed. And then everyone kind of is shocked when Minerva doesn't immediately just turn right and run away. Unless that is, of course, unless you wish to turn right and run away, Minerva.
No, Minerva would let him help her.
Oh, that's sweet.
He's so gonna get murdered.
Yeah, sorry. This guy's actually kind of nice.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Sorry, bud.
So, does Minerva murder him in his sleep? Not yet?
No, Minerva's still watching.
Okay, so none of you murder anyone. I just want to clarify. Nobody murders anyone.
No.
No, Logan would want to walk around the ship at night, though.
Sure. Easy enough. Yeah, so... Ooh. Logan. Can I get you to read a situation for me?
It makes you think I know how to read.
I mean, you're teaching Minerva, so I assume.
That's probably a bad idea.
Right?
7.
All right. So you may ask 2 questions from the read a situation. I'll give you a little bit of a clue. In the night, the ship is largely becalmed. And most people are asleep. And you just feel something off. You don't, I mean, it's always very eerie to be becalmed at sea, especially if you're out of sight of land. And of course it's the Atlantic, so there's still plenty of rocking and swaying, but the wind is very, very light. The sky above is clear, very, very thin crescent moon. So you just see flickering of light on the crests of the waves around you. It's quite dark. And just some sense of being a person who's lived in dangerous situations for a very long time, some sense tells you that all is not right. So in that context, you may ask your questions.
What here is not what it seems.
I was going to say the captain, but I think you probably already know that. There is a sailor toward the stern, who at first you think is maybe just peeing over the side, but is just standing there. And like maybe you've made you're kind of walking in circuits, and maybe you didn't notice it the first time because it's not that unusual to see something peeing over the side. But then when he's still there, it's just an unusual position. So it strikes you as being odd. You have another question or two, I believe.
I have one other question.
One other question. And you can do things,
Right,
do or say things in between.
Let's have Logan go up and call out to the sailor. Probably about 10 feet away from him.
The sailor does not move.
What's around Logan?
Probably, a barrel and some crates that are lashed to the side and some ropes that are coiled up. Rigging.
Knock on the barrel, see if I can get his attention.
Nope. And he is swaying with the motion of the ship.
Right. Uh-huh. Does he have any weapons on him?
I mean, you can just kind of see his back in the dark, but he doesn't appear to be holding a weapon. Although now that you're looking, it does look like he's holding something.
Great.
It's like he's got hit one hand on the rail and he's holding something in front of him, but like you can tell by the position of his shoulder that he's holding something like up near his chest.
Or if he also has a fish.
Could be.
And I can have two fish.
You could be fish buddies, or you could steal his fish. Gotta catch them all.
Yeah, of course. I will tap him lightly on the shoulder.
Nope. Does not respond.
I will step back a couple paces and then circle kind of a strafe movement around him in a circle. So
But you can't go around him because he's up against the railing.
Always up against the railing.
Yeah.
Just looking at it, right?
That's why you thought he was peeing.
Mm-hmm. Guess I can't fly in this one either, huh?
But you definitely now are certain that something is off.
Yeah. My other question, who is in control here?
That's what seems off. You can't identify who or what is in control, but something is. You are certain. It is a sense in your gut that there is a presence that is in control of what is happening. And it is not you, and it is not this sailor.
Perfect.
Something out there.
It's not my fish either.
No.
All right. Well, like any sensible person, as Logan often is, I will go and get Loretta.
Okay.
It's about time she did some sort of work. She's done
Yeah,
been lounging about,
Shakes
This is
Loretta
why I
awake.
couldn't get-
all down on deck and not cleaning up their poop.
What, Logan? What time is it?
I'm just gonna poke her until she wakes up.
I'm awake.
Poke her again. Loretta, about time you got up. It's time to, come upstairs and check this out.
Check what out?
Well, you're good at finding unnatural amounts of fish, so you must be good with the unnatural, so come with me. Leave the boy here, or wherever the hell he is.
Oh,
Can't see,
he's
it's dark.
He's-
Mr. Elwood.
staying with Ezekiel now.
Yeah.
Who the hell is Ezekiel?
The old man. Or the not so old man.
Yeah, definitely not,
Whatever.
training the youth. But lead the way, Lord. This had better be worth waking me up at this hour.
I lead her to the top of the deck and show her the P-man.
He is not peeing. There is a sailor. And I will say
Yeah,
that you likewise.
I didn't check to see if anything was out.
Yes, he is holding
I was
something, but
just-
that's not what he's holding.
Well, I didn't check that either.
Unless he can hold it way up here by his chin.
If he can, good for him.
So, this is probably the conversation that happens all the way up. And Loretta, as soon as you step out on deck, you feel the same thing. There is a presence, an awareness that, not sure what it is, it's out there somewhere.
I sense what's beyond.
Sure.
11.
Ooh, you receive visions and truths. You see longing. Like loneliness. Wishing. You see a young man, probably who's fallen in love for the first time, standing out, looking out at the sea, trying to cast his eyes over the horizon to the land where his beloved lies, thinking, hoping that she is thinking of him, that she is as disturbed as he is by whatever this new thing is between them. You see him wishing, hoping, just for a sign. And then he gets a sign. He's so happy.
Go to the man at the stern and try to pull him back so we can see his face.
Yes. Well, it's not pleasant. As you turn him around, it's like he's been crying, but it's blood. Where his eyes were are now hollow sockets. But he has them in his hands, or in his hand. He's very pale. He's lost a lot of blood. She's so beautiful. Do you see her?
Yes, she's
Here,
wonderful.
let me show you.
Oh, God.
So, why don't you go ahead and act with force or under pressure, depending on if you want to fight back or dodge as he tries to pluck your eyes out.
Fighting back.
Cool.
I think that's a 10.
That'll do it.
Yep, that's a 10.
All right. So, choose your 3.
I would like to suffer little harm.
Yes.
I would like to inflict great harm,
Yes.
probably with the fishing knife that I keep on hand.
Yes.
And I would like to take definite hold of the situation and probably just grab his wrists and hold them back so that he can't reach for me.
Well, he's only reaching with one hand because he has to hold his eyes in the other.
Yeah, I'm still probably grabbing both and
Yeah. And
shoving
then
him.
and then shank.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you certainly kill him. Do you allow him to fall to the deck of the ship, or do you push him over the side?
I push him over the side.
All right, well, there's a lovely splash as this sailor goes over the... And at least one of his eyes goes with. One of them is rolling around on the deck.
Yeah, I'll just step on that.
Oh, you're cleaning that up.
I'm not cleaning shit. It's not my job.
It is now, unless you want to end up like him,
In the water, I can swim.
dead in the water.
I also have a fish, so...
Look, Logan, I'm going to be completely blunt with you. You have murdered. You are a known murderer. And
Yep.
somebody comes aboard
Yep.
with that splattered all over the deck. Who on board do you think is going to be the person blamed?
Loretta, look around. We are in the middle of the sea. What's going to splash up here before we get anywhere? Water. What's going to get rid of any residue of blood or anything? Water.
It won't.
Who cares?
Someone needs to rinse it off. And
You would like
Logan knows this, because if it were stormy, if there was a lot of wind, maybe, but probably best to get a bucket.
I don't know where to find any buckets.
There's like literally a bucket lashed right beside you.
Oh, look, a bucket.
perfect. Get cleaning.
Where the hell do I find water?
Logan wanders around looking for water for a bit and then realizes.
Oh, right.
So that's what
Boats.
it's for. Splash.
Oh God.
Was that you don't clean it so much as just sluice it down. Kick over the little partly squished eye over the side. Well, that's taken care of. You can go back to bed now.
Was there anything else, Logan?
I don't know, is there?
No, I don't believe so. Are you going to bed?
No, I took a nap earlier.
What a shame.
I know, right? Someone has to watch everything.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a quick question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Who's at the helm?
Oh, it's tide. Or whatever it is that people do when there's no wind and you're just trying to keep the rudder from slipping. Actually, probably there's a sea anchor out.
Damn it.
Yeah, we've stopped for the night. There's no need for anyone to be at the helm. There's no need for anyone to
it's still like lashed down,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah, Logan, there's no need for anyone to be up here right now.
Fine. All right. What, anything else you want to tell me?
No? Besides the fact that you're absolutely insane for being up here this late, but, you know, I guess it's better that we checked on that. Well, actually, it's probably worse for him that we came and checked on him. He seemed quite happy
I mean,
about his eyes being gouged out.
he did it to himself. Probably.
Yeah, still.
And wanted to do it to you.
Yeah.
Anyway, hey, Meg and friends, by the way. Welcome in.
Raiders.
Didn't see that before. Yeah, so this is FYI. There's not a list long enough for me to do all the content warnings. This is murder, cannibalism, body horror, and it's just getting worse. So just so you know, it's a little grim. And this is day one. So, anyone else doing anything that night?
As soon as Logan goes to bed, Loretta takes off her clothes, jumps in the water, and eats the body, and then climbs on board.
Yeah, sure.
Like 3 hours later.
So,
If
go ahead.
The captain of the ship, his father,
Yes.
was he the captain before this captain?
Not to the best of your knowledge.
So we never served with him or anything like that.
Oh, no, definitely not. He has not been out of his home since you have been a crewman aboard the Porpoise.
Okay.
And you probably sailed with Captain Elwood for a long time before you even realized that his father was still alive.
I would like to. I'm going to go up to his door, the door of his cabin, and I'm going to try and listen to see what I hear.
You hear, there, son. Rest yourself. You can take my bunk. I'm not tired. Yes, that's a good boy. Yes. Thank you, sir.
In that case, I'm going to leave them alone.
Okay.
And Minerva be in the kitchen trying to read a picture book.
Sure. Don't see why not. I mean, yeah, the letters swim a little bit before your eyes, and I think Logan only taught you a few, and we're not quite sure how reliable Logan is with the education. But the pictures are funny.
I told her how to read and write the word fish.
Oh, well, that's good.
That seemed important.
Yeah.
And maybe a couple names.
It's a good place to start. Yeah, so you have a tallow candle, which is very smelly, by the way, lit, and you're straining your eyes to read the same picture book. Grimy, dog-eared edges. But yes, you now recognize a few letters. Good job. Logan should be a teacher instead of a cold-blooded murderer. Or both. You could be both.
They're the same thing.
Yes, well.
Ask any teacher.
I think Meg would disagree. But who knows? So, anything else that needs to happen that night?
Nope.
Day 2, it takes a few hours before people start to realize that they're missing a sailor.
Very concerned about that.
Yes, as is
Yep.
everyone. It's clear that someone went overboard in the night. Being a very superstitious lot. And being on a mission that's not well understood, that is unusual. Very, very quickly, talk among the crew turns to curses, turns to mermaids, turns to pirates. There's wild speculation and great unease aboard ship. And of course, the more senior members of the crew, perhaps had a fit, fell overboard, slipped, hit his head. It's a tragedy. But the captain will make right by his family. Get back to your work. Which, reduces the volume of the grumbling, but doesn't stop it. And you can see a fair number of the crew are very, very wary now. And concerned. As one would be. Does anyone have anything they want to do on the second day?
And Minerva check in on her friend.
Which friend?
Sailor friend.
Oh, yes, you can go find him.
Okay.
He's out doing something with the rigging. And yes, you can. What would you like to do? How would you like to check in on him?
Someone went missing. See if he's okay with that. Like, not okay in the fact that someone went missing, but like, you doing okay in regards to knowing that?
Well, don't you worry, miss. I'll keep an eye out for anything strange. I'll protect you. We'll be fine. We'll keep some men on guard, just in case. But I recommend that you don't wander around after dark, just in case. I don't want you to feel worried that there's anyone aboard ship that would bear you any ill will. But if anyone says anything, or if you feel threatened in any way, never hesitate. You can come to me. I will protect you. He seems very earnest.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. I mean, thank you for asking. It's very nice of you. I'm Frederick, by the way.
Minerva.
Yes, miss, I know.
Okay. Minerva will walk away.
Anything you need, and if you feel strange at all, just come and get me.
Okay.
He kind of goes back to whatever with the rigging, maybe whistling a bit of a tune. One of the guys next to him kind of gives him a jostle in the ribs with his elbow. He kind of slaps it away. Very cute. Anything else that needs to happen on day 2 during the day?
I think Loretta wants to take her mind off things and is probably fishing.
Yes. Perhaps your preternatural senses are failing you. Or maybe you knew that you weren't going to be able to catch fish, but you're just doing it as a way of keeping time. But yeah, not even a nibble. Anything else that anyone wants to do?
Well, sea's getting kind of boring. So Logan will go bug Ephraim, or Ebels, or whatever his name is.
Yes. Ephraim is probably staring out at the ocean. Little soft smile on his face. Looking quite young and shiny himself.
Ephraim.
Hello? Oh, Logan, you startled me.
Yes, that happens when you're not looking at the boat.
On the wave's just so glorious.
Right. Have you heard the talk amongst the other sailors about, I guess one of the crew fell overboard or something last night?
It's what everyone's been talking about. I don't know a single person who hasn't had an opinion on it.
Yeah, right. I've heard different things. Some people say he's overboard. Some people said he cursed something. I don't know. Anyway, I have an idea. We need to get them off of that and then back, kind of focused on their job so we don't run into rocks or a walrus or something.
Or a siren.
Yeah. Pretty sure those don't exist. But I think, as I found some stuff downstairs in someone's quarters. Anyway, if you can get some of the other sailors, maybe tonight we can play some dice.
That sounds like a great idea.
Right.
I'm very good at dice.
Sounds good.
Now, to be clear, gambling is... It's not like it's never happened, but gambling is a vice, along with drinking and cursing, that is technically not allowed. But it can certainly be done. Just, Logan might not have paid attention to that. Ephraim would probably know. But, again, it's not like you're going to be thrown off the ship for it. It would just be a reprimand.
As I go about my duties and pass people, I'm going to have a quiet aside here and there with a few people. Nobody too important.
Yeah. Easy enough. Toward midday, a sailor will come and grab you, Logan. Well, not physically grab you. Will come and tell you that
that'd be a bad idea.
The captain wants to see you.
About what?
He didn't tell me.
Who the hell are you?
I'm the one that was sent to bring you to the captain, sir. Shall I tell him that you're
a weird messenger that tells people to go places?
Shall I tell him that you are too busy to follow his orders, sir?
Does he need to see me now, or is it a later event? Hmm. Great. Okay, yes, I will go see him. Just give me 1 second. I'm doing things.
You're just standing
Ship
there.
things.
You're literally just standing there. So, but you make him wait.
I stop putting a weird symbol on one of the railings with my knife, and
Okay.
I put my knife away, and then I go.
Yes. You stop just like destroying the deck out of fun. Cool. Yes. He doesn't like lead you there. He knows you know where to go.
Right,
He
yeah.
mostly just stands around and waits until he sees you go off, and then just like, yes.
You know, the camera just follows that sailor, goes to the railing, sees what I was doing, sees a little strange symbol that he's never seen, and says Ephraim did it.
Okay. He probably just weird guy. Yes. So we find you in the captain's quarters / office.
Fetching stuff.
Yes, and he is seated. Logan,
Captain,
close the door. Have
come
a
in,
seat.
close the door.
Yeah.
Sit down. Yeah. Pet the fish.
He looks at that and starts to kind of scowl, and then thinks twice and actually kind of smiles a little bit. How are you feeling, Logan?
Well, I'm feeling about as good as I can, being on this boat with people that keep annoying me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who's annoying you, Logan?
All sorts of people. Did you know that the sailors like to sing?
Yes.
It's quite unnerving. Who just sings randomly?
Sailors often.
So terrible.
I believe I've seen you singing along with them, Logan.
I've been singing against them, but yes.
I see. Well, that's, I'm sure, very subversive. Well, I have an annoyance of my own, Logan. You do recall the conversation that we had at my home.
We had 2 conversations, but yes.
Yes. So I'm ready to give you your mission.
My first mission.
Can I rely on you to speak to no one about it?
Of course.
My father is insane.
Terrible shame that.
He's leading us all to our doom. He may, in fact, be responsible for the unfortunate loss of a sailor.
Wow.
I suspect
That is a heavy burden and accusation.
we don't know what he's capable of. His rejuvenation is surprising. He seems to have more energy and more ideas than he's had in years. And trust me when I say, Logan, his ideas are insane and dangerous.
What kind of ideas?
Ideas about living forever. Ideas about being reunited with my mother. Ideas about finding great treasure out in the middle of the Atlantic. Ideas about sacrificing others for himself.
Well,
Selfish
that sounds kind of like
and
pirates,
dangerous ideas. Well,
except for the first 2 parts. The rest is more piratey.
I believe, Logan, he would sacrifice all of us for his insanity. For this belief he has that there's some great reward awaiting him out here. I am unwilling to place my ship and my crew at risk.
Okay.
Now, I, of course, can't act against my own father. It would be a great sin. But if some loyal member of my crew were to remove this danger in a subtle way, say, an old man, clearly demented, unstable, were to go wandering on the decks by himself late at night, disoriented, thinking he was at home, were to sadly fall overboard, well, it would be a great shame, wouldn't it?
That it would. Can he swim?
In his younger years, yes. So it would be an even greater shame if he were to strike something as he fell, rendering him unconscious, preventing him from crying out.
Yes, we definitely don't want him crying out while he just trips into the water.
Yes.
It'd be terrible.
I would be heartbroken. And I'm sure one of the ways that I would deal with this would be to be most generous to my loyal crew, to share the wealth that would come to me at his death, to ensure that no other families have to lose loved ones like that. I am a generous man after all, Logan.
That you are. I will tap my pouch of money.
Yes. And then he will open a drawer and pull out another one. Every day that passes, we go further from land. If such an event were to occur sooner rather than later. Do we have an understanding, Logan?
Yes, Captain, we do.
Excellent. Well, here's hoping that this is in your pocket tomorrow.
Yes.
All right.
And Logan will head out the door to what he was doing before.
Yeah. Carving lewd things in the wood or whatever.
How do
Cool.
you spell that from?
Right. Ephraim was here. Yes.
Rum.
Yes. F-rum.
Yes.
All right. So anything else before night falls?
Nope.
Cool.
Not for me.
I haven't spoken to Loretta since the body was found.
Correct.
We probably ought to speak. I'm going to approach her.
Yeah.
You're welcome to pop a seat and fish alongside me, Ephraim.
Loretta, that body, I recognized it.
Yes.
It was one of the fishermen from the boat.
Yes.
If they're coming back, then if they're all coming back, we're in big trouble.
I've dealt with it.
You've dealt with it. How?
Yes. I've spoken with the captain.
I don't understand.
Let's just say, Ephraim, that if I have to throw one of us overboard to save the rest, I will. And that person is neither you nor Minerva.
I would like to read the situation.
Situation, or are you trying to get inside her head? Either could be done.
I want to know whether Loretta is telling the truth.
That would be getting inside her mind. So the specific move is read another's thoughts. So it's roll plus brain. And I think discussing murder and betrayal is probably a charged situation, so this makes sense.
I would like to use a major boon.
Yes, we have tons. It's a good idea. And remember, you don't have to reroll both. So like if one of them is high, you could just reroll the low.
Did not work. So I got a 9.
Ah, good. I would even say we have, I think we even have some minor boons. If you want to stack on a minor boon to kick it to a 10, might as well.
Why not?
Yes, we have 2 minor boons, so yeah.
I want to know whether or not, when Loretta says that she's willing, that she took care of it, I want to know whether she feels that the situation is entirely under control.
Yeah. Yeah, she feels relatively confident that if she throws Logan under the bus, that the rest of them can walk away.
Yep, there's no bus.
Throws Logan under the boat.
Yes.
And do I think that she might be throwing me under the bus?
Loretta would have no reason to. She did save your life, after all.
Save.
I mean, you're not so much breathing, but you are moving and talking, so that's good.
Yeah, you got
So is
to
my fish.
reunite with your cousin.
Yeah.
Never would have gotten to done that if you drowned or stayed drowned.
Yeah. So I think you've got the, is she telling the truth? Yes. What does the character intend to do? And it's throw Logan under the bus, not you. Anything that you have another question?
Loretta, Logan and I are having a dice game. Would you like to come?
I would rather not risk crossing the captain at this moment. I feel we have a bit of a confidence, more or less, and I would prefer to keep it that way.
Is my final question, is Loretta scared of the captain, or is she feeling confident but cautious?
Confident but cautious. They could easily get caught up in what happened on the boat, and Loretta does not want to be in the middle of that mess.
Yeah. And I'll also say, because it was a 10 plus, that she is telling you the truth, but she's not telling you all the truth.
Yeah.
And you probably know that. But you are certain that if she's withholding, it's not in any way to put you in a bind.
If anything, it's probably to keep you safer, so that the less you know, the better.
Yeah. Yeah. She seems on the up and up, very above board. Except for the whole, betrayal and aiding and abetting or patricide and all that stuff. And the cannibalism and, you name it, murder. So aside from all that, she seems very, very honest and reasonable.
I have nothing else I want to really say in this conversation. Unless Loretta brings something up, I'm going to gracefully move away.
Cool.
Yeah. I mean,
Anything?
Ephraim, what are your intents with Minerva?
Minerva is my cousin, or
Yes.
perhaps a niece or something. I very much, I don't have any other family connections at all. I very much want to see where this relationship goes. So I don't really have any negative intent.
I didn't assume so, but Minerva is young, unmarried, and alone. And having a more masculine presence in her life might benefit her greatly. To know that she has some standing rather than being an orphaned, widowed, and lonely woman.
And widowed, and widowed, and widowed. Yes.
Yeah.
I have noticed that boy Freddie has taken an interest in Minerva. And I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure he's right for her. I'm not sure he has much in the way of prospects. I don't either. I know what it was like to have to sleep in the flop house and I want better for her. So I do intend to try and chaperone properly.
Good. That's all I would ask. It is good that she has family.
Yeah.
Oh,
What
thank
a,
you for the conversation, Ephraim.
I was gonna say, what a sweet and lovely and normal conversation. Where'd that come from? Like, this isn't Jane Austen. What are you people doing?
We'll get back to the murder and cannibalism momentarily. Well, good. I'm glad you have our best interest at heart. I will see you around, Ephraim. Try to keep the dice quiet.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So tonight, Ephraim, Logan, playing dice. Did you invite Frederick, Ephraim?
Yes, I did.
All right. Then Frederick is with Ephraim and Logan and a few of the other sailors. Loretta, not so much. Minerva, probably not so much. Did you invite Minerva?
Sure.
I don't think you've ever known Minerva to actually play dice. Does Minerva gamble?
Minerva would gamble if it suited her, in the sense that males were drunk and easy prey.
Yes. Well, they won't be drunk because there's no alcohol aboard ship.
Sure, there's not.
Well, maybe there is. Who knows? But as far as, well, we'll see, won't we? So yes. Or did you pickle your fish in like rum or something, and you're going to give people fish rum? Ew.
No.
All right.
Well, I'm not giving you any.
I don't want any. All right. So, what is Loretta doing?
I think Loretta's probably just still sitting above deck and just watching the water, probably trying to kind of quietly keep an eye out and see if anybody else goes crazy and tries to gouge their eyes out at the stern.
Sure. So everyone is in a four-hold, relatively quietly playing dice. I would like everyone who's playing dice to just act under pressure.
Roll dice.
Just act under pressure for me.
Am I under pressure?
So that is a roll plus balance for Minerva and Logan and Ephraim. Well, no, Minerva is not gambling unless they're drunk, so never mind. So just Ephraim and Logan.
That would be an 8.
Okay.
10.
Okay. So Logan is winning. Ephraim, you can... That's a hard bargain. Or a worse outcome. I think being crammed into this small space, just the body heat of all these other people, and they're jostling against you, means that I'm giving you the choice of either leaving, absenting yourself while you were down, and therefore losing some money, probably to Logan, or staying and having to fight the urge to misbehave.
Is the boy
Yes.
Freddy? He's here.
Yeah.
Is he doing well?
No. Logan is cleaning up. You're almost certain that he's, like, you would think that he's cheating. It's that extreme, but you've been watching and you can't catch him cheating. I think even everyone's starting to feel a little bit like it's a little bit unfair because the dice have been favoring him quite extensively. And you've seen a few people just like, we should switch dice, and then Logan switches dice and then rolls very well. Logan not making any friends, but making some money.
I'm going to stay. I'm going to try and win back my money somehow.
All right. How would you like to do that? You want to do it through intimidation? You want to do it reading others' thoughts? That doesn't really make sense. You want to do it by force, just snatch the money? Manipulate another, possibly?
Can I hinder him on our next roll?
Ooh, yes. All right.
And this is roll plus bonds. I presumably have bonds with other members of the crew here.
Yeah. Certainly with Loretta and Minerva. All right. Or, you know what? In that case, I would say either that or roll plus, because we can mix it up. You could roll plus brain. Because you're really trying to, you don't have to, and say, but it's really trying to find a way to mess with his mojo in the midst of a game. Which
My
I think
brain is -1. That's a very good score.
Yeah, never mind. So I think it's a +3. So act under pressure again, Logan. But first, let's see how the hinder works.
So 7 plus 2 would be
9.
9. Yeah.
Cool. So that is a -1 on your roll, Logan. That is going to be act under pressure again.
I got an 8.
All right. I will say your choice is you can just lose gracefully.
Okay.
Or you can start a fracas. Like, I'm going to say Ephraim is not the only person who is like doing things like jostling you while you're like, they're trying to break your streak. So you can just kind of go, no big deal. It's all fine. Or you can escalate.
I think I will just make a clean break.
Okay. So you're still walking away with significant winnings.
I would just, you know what, be like, okay, you know what? I will take my winnings. You gentlemen can keep playing. I will get some sea air and I will return.
Yes.
And I will possibly play you for double or nothing.
Oh. All right. Well, there's a few folks who are like not happy to see that you're still walking away with some of their silver. And there's a number of folks who've clocked that your pouch is a lot more full than it should be. But no one gets up, like, no one says much. It's like, yeah, come back so we can win more. And then you go, shh, keep quiet. Yeah, come back so we can win the rest of your money. Frederick probably noticed that you were kind of trying to put the bad juju on Logan and kind of smiles approvingly at you, Ephraim. Logan, where are you going?
Up.
Yeah.
You know.
Just gonna wander around.
Salty air as I do at night. And then, you know, clearly Loretta's up there when I'm not supposed to be up there, but she can apparently. She's the sea god or something.
Yes. Are you doing anything about your mission, though?
What?
Your mission.
You mean the captain's mission that I was given?
Yes.
What makes you think it's my mission? Maybe my butler gave me a different mission.
It's entirely possible.
It's very possible. Plus, I got the fish.
It's true.
It's got to be delivered someplace.
So do you intend in any way to act upon the captain's mission?
Maybe. Not currently, though.
But not tonight.
No, definitely not tonight.
All right. So, anything else that needs to happen tonight?
Do you need to talk to Loretta again?
Well, she's on deck.
Poke.
Yes, Logan.
It's amazing that you know who I am just by a poke in the back. It's like you're extra sensitive.
She's eaten all the other people who've ever poked her.
Yeah. It's either you or Minerva, and yours is rather more harsh.
Have you loaned your boy out to the to wherever he is, or is he just doing most of the work?
He is tending to Mr. Elwood. That is his assignment for this
The
trip.
captain?
No, his father.
He's on the ship.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Either you are incredibly unobservant or you are a terrible liar.
Oh, I don't think I am a terrible liar. I bounce my pouch of money in my hand. But no, I wasn't aware that he was on the ship at all. That's interesting to know.
Yes, well now you know. Was there something else?
Yes. Why are you up here at this
Enjoying
late at
the
night?
night. Just enjoying the night for a moment. Is that not allowed? As, you know, you were pacing about quite frequently last night.
I was enjoying the night air until I found the friend.
Yes. Well, I was keeping an eye to see if we were going to find any more friends.
There's the what's the word? Does anything feel different? Does anything feel off tonight?
I don't know.
You could
Does it?
you could sense what's beyond if you would like.
Sure. I probably have been just trying to get you.
Yeah,
Because,
especially after last night.
11.
Oh, yes. You see a ship. A ship not unlike your ship. Sailing through placid waters. Sails unfurled. Steady breeze. Almost like sailing over the surface of a lake. No wind, moving very, very cleanly and quickly. But instead of sailors, the deck is covered in sheep. Young sheep. Lambs, to be precise. Lambs bleating and cavorting and resting. All very, very cute and fluffy.
Mm-hmm.
And you see there's a shepherd aboard the ship. Can't really see his face. He's wearing a bit of a cloak, but you can recognize him by his crook. And he stands aboard ship, or in the center of the deck as the ship kind of propels itself almost magically toward the horizon. And as the vision begins to fade, you hear lambs screaming. You see the water at the horizon turning red. And then the vision ends.
Logan, I feel as though we are being led like lambs to slaughter.
That's not good.
No. No, it is not.
Do you know where we are headed?
I don't.
I do.
You do.
I do.
And where is that?
I'm gonna need to know a secret of yours before I divulge any of my information.
What sort of a secret?
I don't know, something really grandiose. Something I don't know, and most people probably don't know about you.
I'm a man-eating fish monster from below the water.
Everybody's a jokester on this boat.
I will flash glowing green eyes, very sharp, unnatural teeth.
Oh, for real?
Anglerfish. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Nobody's gonna believe Logan.
it's true. So you're
And
like,
then I'll
haha, you're
suck
so
at
funny.
him.
She goes, in your face.
Yeah. And then it all comes back. Is that secret enough for you?
Well then, that explains some things about how we got fish and whatnot, I guess.
Yes.
Okay then. We are headed to the ocean.
Logan.
Do you eat his face?
I
Loretta.
am very tempted to just straight up start beating the crap out of Logan.
What I mean is, we are going to keep heading into the ocean. Further and further away from land. Every day. Until, the old Elwood is dead.
What makes you think he's going to be dead? He seems quite oddly rejuvenated by the sea.
Well, other than the one time I saw him at the house, I haven't seen him since. But he didn't look very rejuvenated there. He looked like a skeleton.
Well,
And I have seen many skeletons in places. Caves, we'll say.
yes, I've seen my fair share as well.
Right.
But he's in the
So,
water.
I made a deal with the captain. I get more money, and he sends me to kill somebody.
And why are you sharing this with me?
Well, because I'm very careful of what I do. I have been a mercenary for many years, at least more than 5 years, at least. That is 5, right?
Yes.
I wasn't sure what it would be in your fish world, if it was just 1 or not 5.
Spent most of my life walking among humans. I know what your number system is.
Uh-huh. That's good. Anyway, so he wants me to kill the old man. It's great to know that he's actually on the boat, because I was like, well, how am I going to kill him from way out here? That made no sense to me.
Yes, that would make sense that the person that he wants you to kill is aboard the boat and not
didn't-
back on land that we are sailing away from.
Yes. He said that his father was trying to have eternal life.
That is interesting.
Which I don't know what that means, but maybe you with your eyes know things that I don't. Either way, I was going to, definitely take upon this mission and kill people, as I do in many regards. Until last night, when our friend that we found had removed his own spheres of influence.
Yes.
So it beheaves me that something else is happening.
Is there something I could roll to see if Loretta recalls maybe any, like, mythology or superstition from her people about the sea and eternal life and humans trying to gain it or something along those lines?
No. Oh, I could say you can rack your mind, and I mean, humans are weird. They believe all kinds of strange things, and they're food. So whatever they think is not all that important, at least culturally for you. However, you know someone who was restored to life, sort of.
It's true.
And there are rumors among your people of places, old places, that it's best not to go. Strange ruins under the water that glow in the depths.
Oops.
Voices, sounds, a sense of being watched. That's the thing about predators in the sea. There's always a bigger predator.
Yeah.
And there's a feeling. There are hungry depths where your kind knows not to stray too near.
Well, I don't personally know what he might be doing, but this journey is odd, and we should be keeping an eye on it. And perhaps getting rid of him might be the best option for all of us.
Okay, then.
Just putting that out there.
Does anyone kill him tonight?
Not tonight. Not by Logan's hand.
All right. Does Ephraim succeed at not acting out? Or does Ephraim choose to act out? It's not a role. It's just more like you're feeling the desire to,
I don't act out in front of the crew, but I do take Freddie aside.
Yes.
And I read him the riot act.
Okay. I think you are looking to manipulate someone.
Sure.
Yeah. So unfortunately, you have to roll plus beauty, which I don't know what your beauty score is. It might be great. Although if you are looking to do it, if you're looking to be like scary, like give him the dad talk and be more intimidating, I think I could see a brawn being used instead. Your choice. And we have so many boons.
I would like to use a major boon just to reroll one die.
Yeah.
And that takes me up to a 10.
Excellent. So what are you trying to get him to do?
I want him to be respectful of Minerva in
Yes.
a 19th century manners type of way.
Yes.
And I also want to be in his mind going forwards. He knows that I want to explain to him that we're related.
Ah.
And I want him to know that he's going to have to deal with me for the rest of his life.
Yes. It's you intend it to be intimidating, but Frederick takes it very, very well. In fact, he is quite respectful and expresses his gratitude that there is someone to look out for Minerva. And he promises you that he holds her in nothing but the highest respect. He sees her as far above his station, but he will hope to earn your respect if that can in any way help her to see the potential in him. He's smitten, but is appropriately deferential and respectful.
I am aggravated throughout the night.
Yeah.
And he is being a little bit cloying and saccharine.
And because he's a little bit, he's not afraid by any means, but because it's a somewhat embarrassing conversation, his blood pressure goes up a bit. And as he's talking, you're paying attention, but you can't help but see the vein in his neck pulsing.
I really want to kill him. I really do. But we've already had one body today, and
Yes.
Loretta says she's got it handled, and I believe her, but I don't believe that another body could be handled. This situation could spin out of control. I'm I'm gonna walk away. I have to.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I'm still angry, so I'm just gonna go and cocoon myself in my hammock and
Yes.
try and sleep it off.
Maybe spend some time staring into the depths. So, and it feels, whatever that is, feels very close. Before it was out, like in the depths and the horizon, but it's like all you have to do now is glimpse around you, and that feeling of it's so deep here and so dark.
Is the course we're on taking us past the ruins where I were?
Oh, you're far beyond that now.
Mhm.
You would have come relatively near, but yeah, that you're 2 days past that, or soon to be 2 days past that now. But yet you still feel this like, just imagine if you could just sink all the way down. And with all the loudness, I mean, you probably even imagine, like, as you're looking at the throbbing of Freddy's vein and listening to his voice grating on your senses, you just imagine what it'd be like to be both floating down the water column, still and cold and quiet.
That rhythm of his pulse in his neck, it was very. I can imagine doing things to that rhythm. I can imagine getting an axe and going down into the holes. I can imagine a lot.
Yeah. And that lulls you into a lovely sleep, that those happy thoughts. Some people count sheep, other people plot murder. Cool. So day 3. Loretta, you haven't seen Daniel.
Yeah. Should probably check on him. Go approach Mr. Elwood's quarters.
Yes.
Apologies for the intrusion, Mr. Elwood. Is Daniel still with you?
Oh, I'm afraid the poor boy isn't feeling well. He stands and you can hear, like, cracking, stretches his hands out. Yes, perhaps he ate something that didn't agree with him.
Yes, perhaps. It seems to be doing you wonders, though.
Or maybe, well, the air is quite bracing. Yes, or perhaps he was always a sickly child. Might have a touch of the palsy or something. It's very, very sad. He was so attentive. But I will be needing someone else to see to my needs, dear.
Yes, we will sort that out for you, sir.
Why don't you fetch me some tea? And then sit with me. It's very lonely here in my cabin.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
You can tell me about your life and how you came to be employed aboard my son's ship. Such an unusual profession for a lady.
Yeah. Yep. Gotta get into so many details about that. uh, I will head to the galley and request some tea from Minerva.
Cool. And you bring it back?
Yep.
And you sit with him?
Yep.
He's very solicitous and kind and doesn't really, I mean, he's creepy, but he doesn't cross any boundaries. There's no impropriety. I mean, it's a little bit improper for him to be sitting in his room with you. But he doesn't try anything. I would, however, like you to act under pressure.
8.
If you don't leave, the same thing that happened to Daniel will happen to you. If you do
Yeah.
leave, he will know that you know. So which do you choose?
I leave.
Yes, you start to feel, as he asks you questions, and as he tells you stories of his youth, as he compliments your beauty in a solicitous but not entirely inappropriate way. He compares your beauty to that of his wife. And then he goes on and on about his wife and how she was the light of his life and just the wondrous gift that she was in his life and how cruel it was that she was taken away and how he yearns to be with her again and how he knows that, God willing, he will be. And there's a little bit of a soon kind of to that. And you just feel yourself lulled into, like you can almost see the things that he's describing. And it's really only when some sailors pass by the door outside and their voices kind of distract you for a moment that you realize that you are feeling very weak. And he is very, very close to you now, almost whispering these stories at you.
I will kind of like, jerk coming back into myself and then I'm terribly sorry, sir, but I really should be getting back to my duties. It has been lovely chatting with you. I
He
hope that Daniel recovers
grabs
soon.
your wrist very forcefully, not enough to hurt, and then looks at you searchingly and says, "Do come back any time. I so enjoy your company." And then we'll release you.
Yeah. Leave probably a little bit too quickly.
Yeah.
But
Oh, he for
sense
sure
of-
knows something's up. And then you have to catch yourself as a wave of dizziness passes over you.
Yeah. Sense of
I think that's worth.
self-preservation
I
is
think that's worth
very
a harm. You have no wounds, but some of your life force has been,
Have I recovered from the other harm that I had, or
when did you get it? It was just
back
one,
on-
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, pain for bad.
No.
Yes. Cool. What do you do?
I'm gonna go track down Logan.
You do. You find
Wherever
him.
he is. Yeah. Pull him aside somewhere where we can chat. Be like, yes, Logan, there is something very, very wrong with Mr. Elwood. The younger, not the captain. Or the older, not the captain. One the captain told you to kill.
Oh, gotcha. That one. Yep.
Yes, that one.
What's up? I haven't had anything to drink yet. I'm just gonna go down to the galley. Get lost. Big
Well,
boat.
you can do that later, but I think that, again, we need to act sooner rather than later. I believe he is attempting to drain the life out of everyone on the ship.
Do you expect me to split my money with you?
No. No, I do not. I don't care about money. I keep the
Right.
job so
Yep,
that I can
gotcha.
remain in my
Yep.
home. in
Yeah,
case-
I got it. I remember. Can't just have dreams anymore. Have to be real things. All right. So right. Yep. Let's go see Minerva.
Sure, I could use a pick-me-up after that conversation.
Exactly. We go to the galley.
Ephraim might be there hanging out with his niece.
Why is he always where I don't want him to be?
Minerva, would you mind making another pot of tea?
Yes. Minerva
Thank you.
can do that.
I would appreciate it.
Ephraim,
Logan?
did you make any money last night? I mean, Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yes, I made lots and lots of money after you left.
Oh, good. Good, good. Glad everything went well. Well, I suppose we must go on because we can't turn back. Hmm.
Moments of silence stretch in the galley. The tea is ready.
Yeah.
Good.
Sipping.
It's getting on to dusk.
Minerva,
Yes,
how good are you at cooking?
very good.
So if I gave you a recipe, you could follow it?
Minerva thinks so.
Awesome. I would like a very good fish dinner.
Okay.
On a platter.
Okay.
That's it.
Seems simple enough.
Yeah, right?
I mean,
Super
every
simple.
dinner is fish dinner aboard, so
Right? So it's simple.
Yes.
Okay. How long does it take to make?
30 minutes. If
Cool.
you're okay
I
with
will-
like salted fish.
Yeah, it's fine. Doesn't matter the fish.
So you all stand in silence and watch Minerva cook. Which actually it's time for you to be making dinner anyway. So they probably came in and were interrupting your preparations.
Damn kids.
So do you all sit around in silence for an hour or so as Minerva prepares everything?
Yep.
Okay.
No one touch Minerva's potato.
Well, so
I'm not sure how good that potato is now, but
you're all in the galley. Okay. Now what do you do?
is food done?
Yeah.
Okay. We will pick up, well, Logan will pick up the platter and then scoop Loretta by the arm and take her with him.
Right. Guess she'll
Come
go.
along, darling. We must go.
Darling, I am
Tally ho
not
and such
your
forth.
darling. Do not.
Shush.
No.
Shush. And when we're alone, I will hand her the platter. You're going to take this to, what's his face? Well, he knows you, because clearly you know things about him or something. I don't know how you know
Last time
that.
that I talked with him, I walked out from there,
Just
so I was
get
gonna
him to
pass
eat the
out.
stupid fish. Oh, right, yeah, fish, yep. Gotcha. I'm just going to squeeze this crap on there.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean,
Poison's done.
it's very smelly.
It's fine.
It probably
It's
tastes
new spices.
probably
and
tastes
poison.
gross.
Don't eat it, Loretta. Just give it to
Really?
him.
I thought it just smelled delightful.
Well, I'm in an enclosed area. I'm not going to go and shoot the man. I'm not going to stab him. I'm not going to... All that stuff points right back to me. Poison doesn't.
Okay, so are you trying to poison him, or are you trying to get him so that he is throwing up over the side of the boat?
Poison.
I mean, it might kill him if he eats enough of it.
Use your
Yeah.
womanly charm. I don't know if fish have that. Fish charm?
I am not going back there.
Someone has to go there.
Great, then you go, or give it to Minerva.
I don't know where it is.
There's very few rooms that could be sequestered off as private. It's not hard to find.
Listen, if I go and what you say happens, I'm definitely going to shoot him.
I'm self-defense. I don't know. You're the one that has to do it. I am not taking this to him.
They're standing right outside the kitchen, Minerva, arguing about who's going to take the... I mean, not
We're
really
being
paying as much
stealthy
attention.
about it.
Yeah, but Minerva is right there. You aren't picking up on the whole, like, poison thing, but you probably hear, as they do raise their voices about who's going to take the dinner. Because I like chaos.
Minerva will walk over, grab the fish, and be like, Minerva will take it. It's not that hard. Jeez.
Okay.
Don't
Thanks, Minerva.
Don't converse with him, Minerva.
Okay.
Just give him the fish and leave.
Okay.
All right. So, Minerva, you approach Ezekiel's cabin and knock. Yes, come in.
Minerva enters and puts the fish down onto the table, if there's a table in there, and then starts to back away.
Stay, dear. Have a seat. There's something curled up in the corner of this little cabin. Something small. Not quite sure what it is until you see a little pale arm. Look more closely, it's Daniel. It does not look well. Your friend was supposed to come back and see me. I hope she isn't unwell. You're Minerva, right? Our wonderful cook. Surely I can repay you for all the wonderful meals you prepared by sharing this one with you. It smells so delicious. I'm afraid I couldn't eat it all on my own. Come, sit. Dine with me, won't you? He reminds you a lot of your father. When your father was, like, in public being, you know, kind and a pillar of the community type person. The public face, if you will. Now, whether he's like your father or not, who knows? But to Minerva, that's probably the trigger that is hit. He does seem to have a certain authority about him. Although, to his credit, he is asking rather nicely. What do you do?
I mean, Loretta said not to. But also Daniel. But also, she can't say no.
At hearing your name, you see Daniel weakly raise his head and look at you. There's fear in his eyes, but it's not fear of you. He kind of, like, one little hand kind of claws its way out as if he's reaching for you.
And Minerva attempt to... Would it count? I don't know. Would attempting to grab Daniel and run out count as entering danger alone?
Yes.
Okay. So, can Minerva use the move, the outcast move, better off alone when you reject the help of others and enter danger alone?
Yes. I think because well, I mean, I don't know that they offered to help, but yes, I think so. And Daniel is of no help to you. I mean, he can't do anything.
She's going to attempt to, like, run over, grab Daniel, and run out.
Sure.
as fast as she can.
Make the roll.
Oh dear. Uh, a 9.
We have many, many boons.
I'll use the last minor boon to make that a 10.
All right. I'll get it. Excellent. So what happens on a 10?
Uh, 10. So on a success, which I think a 10 is, because it has a second bit that says specifically on a 7 to 9.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming 10 is on a success part.
Yeah.
It says it's just like old times. Choose 2 of the following.
Yes.
You gain the element of surprise. You have the right tools. You're scary as the devil while facing this danger alone. Gain +1 to intimidate another. You're deadly as hell while facing this danger alone. Deal +1 harm.
So if you decide to attack or act with force or intimidate, you will get, so you're basically being super impressive and setting yourself up very well. So yes, and you do it, right? You grab, you successfully grab Daniel. He, however, is very fast. Oh, no, my dear. I didn't offer to share all of my meal with you. And he grabs you with shocking strength. What do you do?
Can Minerva attempt to kick him off?
Yeah, act with force against him.
Okay. Act with force. The 10.
Excellent. Choose 3.
Suffer little harm. Inflict terrible harm.
Yes.
And frighten the enemy.
Yes. So how does that look?
Minerva takes her foot and just gut punches the elder with her foot and runs out with Daniel in her arms and runs all the way to the kitchen,
Yes.
probably panting.
And we'll say that it knocks him against something, and you can hear like maybe something break because it did terrible harm to him. So, I mean, because the kick isn't going to do it, but maybe he falls and hits a table or something, and you hear some unusual cracking noises. And then as you leave, just this low moan that starts very bass and then grows in volume and rises up the scale until it is a piercing howl or screech even. It's very, very loud. It is filled with frustration. You all hear this, and then Minerva busts into the galley with a nearly dead Daniel. As in, if you hadn't rescued him tonight, he would have died. And you're hearing this howling.
Can I hear if anybody else is coming? Any other of the other sailors around the ship? Are...
Yeah, you hear some, what? Some various different noises and some movement on the deck above as other people are attracted by the sound. Major Boone, thud. You all lose your, sorry, Major Bane. Huge shuddering thud. You all lose your feet as the ship stops moving. The howling breaks up into a cackling laughter.
Dogs can laugh?
You're too late. You're too late. A sense of triumph now. What do you do?
I would like to ask everyone if they have a dog.
Running up onto the deck and looking to see why we've stopped.
I will also look for this dog above on the deck.
I want to sense whether this is related to my situation.
Yes. You can certainly get a sense of the beyond.
I'm going to need to Major Boon.
Yeah.
And that would be a 13.
Ooh. You have run aground on the island that you have seen previously.
Right.
There is something here that, it's a very high score. You have a moment of truth and clarity. There is something here that has stolen something important from you. And it plans to do the same with everyone aboard. It leverages loss and greed and want and desire and wishing to lure people to it and consume them or turn them to its will.
For my character advancement, I used Sense for Beyond, which means I can ask an additional question.
Excellent.
If this creature leverages emotions in order to get people to do things for it, would certain emotions allow us to resist it more? Do I believe?
You get the sense that it can twist anything. Love, hate, revenge, desire, ambition. If what you're basically asking is like, what's the best way out? Or to avoid what's coming? It's literally GTFO.
Well, I shall tell everybody, without elaboration, what I just sensed. Everybody who's still in the room.
Yeah, probably pause in the doorway as Ephraim starts shouting and like, cool. Time to run.
Yes.
Good thing I'm a fish person.
Yes. You all arrive on deck. Ezekiel Elwood he's almost resplendent. Whatever was wrong with his arm, he's holding it a little bit weird, but it doesn't appear to be causing him any pain, and he's staring out at what you all now see as an island. You're not sure what he sees, but you know what you see. Your son is there, Loretta. Ephraim, your family. You finally have a chance to, and you can take Minerva too. Minerva, all those who wronged you, somehow they escaped your wrath. But they're there. They look helpless and unassuming. It's almost like they don't see you. Your chance to gain vengeance again is but moments away. Logan, you kind of see an island, but you kind of don't. Logan is kind of more thinking like very much like, I could be captain of this ship. And like, as you start to see men leaping overboard, I think Logan's head is like, well, that's one less person who's going to be in line for captain. Maybe if they all go, I'll just be the captain. This is great. By which I mean,
captain.
Logan may not have a strong motivation to go to the island, but he also has a strong motivation not to flee. What do you all do? It's lighter than it should be. A flat silver light. Hard to see the horizon. The sand is dark. The sound of the waves crashing against the island is somewhat dull. Shushing sound, almost like a lullaby. What do you do, Minerva?
Can Minerva hold on to Loretta?
Sure. You mean you're not going to go kill the same people you've murdered before?
I don't know, because it's tempting. She doesn't want to get hurt, but also I don't know. So she's confused. So she holds on to Loretta because.
Act under pressure for me.
Okay. It's never gone well before. Still not going well.
We have boons.
Okay.
2 majors, 1 minor.
It's balance. I'm gonna use a major boon to reroll.
Whoever's next might want to be thinking to jump on it before all the major boons are gone.
It's worse.
Oh, good.
Oh,
So it's a 3?
Oh, that's not good at all.
No.
All right.
Use another boon.
You could use another one.
Oh, it's okay.
So, Minerva grabs a hold of you, Loretta, looking uncertain, concerned. And then you see a very different look. A familiar look. Like from the last time she killed someone. Like she wants to scratch that itch. You see it cross her face. It distracts you. You're aware of that as you are with your son beckoning toward you. What do you do as she starts to walk away toward the island?
yeah,
With murder in her eyes.
I have to protect my son. I'm tackling her down and attacking.
Good. So you're acting with force against Minerva. Do it.
Yep. Is an 11.
Oh, choose 3.
I would like to suffer little harm.
Yep.
I would like to inflict terrible harm. And I would like to frighten my enemy.
Okay. You could have just taken a hold of her, but that's fine.
Well, she's maybe going to go try to murder my son.
You're a mama bear. Yeah. Cool.
Exactly.
So, Minerva, what does 3 harm do to you?
At 3 harm. I don't know.
I mean, what is your current harm at?
0?
Oh, you have no harm? Okay, so you
correct.
just take 3 harm. You are badly, badly wounded. So I'm going to say Loretta, in her maternal, instinctual response, at least partially transforms, leaps upon you, and savages Minerva.
And she's probably just screaming, "You won't take him from me again."
Yes. Cool.
Minerva saved Daniel for you.
His name is Jack.
It's Jack.
I will say, if you would like, Minerva, you may try to manipulate Loretta.
Sure.
I'm going to play a little fast and loose with the mechanics of this, but I mean, you're trying to manipulate her, so. And it's plus beauty. And you used to be very beautiful until she ate half your face.
Great. That's a 9.
Which is pretty good.
Yeah.
Something about I saved Daniel for you. And you can see Daniel over there. I will say it's enough to provide you with a moment of clarity because he's kind of a son surrogate. So there's a moment when you're aware that the son surrogate is right there that has just watched you attack your friend. And you can see, at least for a moment, clearly that he is also nearly dead. What are Logan and Ephraim doing?
You know, stuff.
Like what? I know that my family is on the island and I want to go see them. I also know that the best thing to do is flee because of my sense of beyond.
Yes.
I know that Loretta and Minerva are in a scrap, and I want to protect Minerva. I want to attack Loretta.
Okay.
But I also know that the elder Ephraim, the elder Elwood, is the cause of all of this. He's clearly doing this.
Yeah. You have so many options.
With all of my half health left, shall go and attack the elder.
All right.
Elwood.
Good. Do it.
That would be a 6.
Oh. Would you like to do something about that?
I will take my licking.
We've got 2 majors.
2 minors.
And 2 minors. So you could kick it up to a 7 and choose 2. Or you could risk it on a major.
I will use a minor boon then.
Okay. So 7, choose 2.
I wish to take little harm, and I wish to dismay the enemy.
All right. What are you attacking him with?
I have an axe, I think. I might have dropped it.
All right. So you...
But either way, I'm not doing any harm.
Yeah, so no, you... Well, because you catch him completely by surprise. Yes. Go to your reward. Buy her freedom for me. As he is gloating, he clearly sees something that you don't see. And you just catch him like right here with the axe. And I mean, to the extent that his neck kind of cocks over a little bit. And he goes down to one knee. And turns and looks at you. No, you can't take this from me. I will not lose her again. He is going to try to come for you, but he needs to sort himself out a bit. He should be dead, but he isn't. But you nearly chopped his head off with an axe. So he's in a bad place. Everyone else is kind of ignoring the situation, though. More and more sailors are going overboard. Calling for their mothers. Calling for lost loved ones. So, just, oh my God, it's so wonderful. And then just going out and then sinking to the depths. Anyone else want to do a thing before bad things happen?
Well, Logan has to take his turn.
You don't have to. You can stand around and just watch people die.
No, because Logan knows some things about boats. He doesn't know everything. He knows he is definitely the captain of this boat, clearly. Yeah. As everyone has basically abandoned it. But he does need sailors to sail it because he's not going to do any of that sailing nonsense. That's stupid. So he watches Ephraim go a different direction from whatever the ladies are doing, wrestling on the poop deck again.
Trying to kill each other, yes.
Whatever. Doesn't matter. They don't run the sales. But Ephraim does know things about sales, so I
Yes.
kind of need him around. Not that I like him too much. So I'm going to follow him. And then I see him axe this guy, and then Logan not really putting a whole lot together, but just kind of goes, good show, Ephraim. We do need to get rid of him because this is definitely my boat, so I'm going to pull out my revolver and shoot him. Not
Okay.
Ephraim, the other guy,
Act with force.
whoever he is. Yeah, I got a 13.
Oh, excellent. Choose 3.
I believe my advancement.
Oh,
Goes
did you
over
take an
that.
extra one? An
I
extra
did. If I
special
get
thing?
over a 12, it's just instant death for the person I shoot.
No. That's not how that
Or
works.
it's
I believe it's
double harm or
you
something?
can choose inflict terrible harm twice.
okay.
Ordinarily you cannot, but because your advancement, you can choose
Sure.
2 of your 3 options can be to inflict terrible harm.
2 of them will be inflict terrible harm, and the other one will be take hold of the situation.
Okay. Authoritatively, you step forward. I'm the captain now. And you blast him. Well, the good news is you do an extraordinary amount of damage. More than
You
enough.
have a big head.
Yes, more than enough to overcome whatever it was that was keeping him alive. And you basically just blow his head completely off.
He wasn't using it. It was half
Yeah.
hanging off anyway.
It's true. And whatever it was that was inside him begins to slither its way out. Also, probably, maybe, mortally wounded. But the head just disappears. The axe comes falling out. A few, actually not as much blood as you would expect. And then these black tendrils of something start kind of crawling their way out as if they're pulling something out of his body. The body doesn't fall. It stands there.
Oh, Loretta made a friend. Gross.
I would like everyone to act under pressure for me.
Got a 5.
Oh no.
9.
7.
Okay. Minerva.
Can I use a major boom?
Sure.
Did you say yes?
They're there.
Okay. Please, Lord.
You have 2 left. Now 1.
Is it wrong to ask to use another?
Oh no.
I don't want to die.
I mean,
you're
you're already
fine.
almost dead.
Okay, fine. The can't count. The 5. Better than what I thought it was.
Do either Minerva... Well, it doesn't matter. It's 6 or below. Do either Minerva or Loretta want to use... the last major boon? Whoever speaks up gets it first.
Loretta can take it. Even though she clawed my face out.
I mean, you kind of deserved it.
You're gonna attack my son. Sure.
All right.
Why not? Oh, much better. That puts it up to a 10.
Ah, lovely. So, Loretta will be able to do basically whatever you want to in response to this. I'm going to offer Ephraim and Logan a hard choice, and something bad is going to happen to Minerva. The illusion of the island disappears. The sailors who haven't already jumped off kind of falter in their headlong rush towards the bow of the ship to throw themselves to what they think is this beautiful island with everything they want on it. And instead, very similar but much larger and thicker tendrils of this inky, sticky, slimy blackness begin to pluck them off the deck of the ship. One of them slaps over the side and wraps itself around Minerva's ankle. She is helpless to resist it. What do you all do?
I whip my rifle out and I shoot the tendril that is attacking Minerva.
Yes. Ephraim, what are you doing?
I shall also attack the tendrils. No, not that one specifically, but one that's attacking a sailor.
All right. Well, there's only one that's on Minerva. Let's see. What's a difficult choice that I can make for you? There is another tendril that's snaking its way toward Minerva. She's on the ground and she's bleeding. You can attack it, but you will expose yourself to risk if you fail. That's the hard choice. Logan, what are you doing?
I'm gonna do nothing.
The ship is almost certainly going to be destroyed.
What? It's my ship.
If you don't,
This is stupid.
if you don't act immediately to get yourself off it, you will be the captain of a ship for moments before it's pulled down into the depths.
And I think the universe doesn't want me to fly or boat anything. Ever. Is there any lifeboats nearby?
There is one.
All right. I will point it out and tell the other 3 and 2.5 to get on the boat. We're leaving.
All right.
I'm the captain. Get on my boat.
To offer you a difficult choice. That would be difficult for you.
Yeah.
You've dropped your fish. You can either pick it up and miss the opportunity to escape, or you can leave it behind.
That's not really a hard choice.
I don't know. You're insane.
Do you remember what I used the fish for poison,
It's true.
and then I threw it behind me?
Oh, well, then something else that's important to you. You dropped
Okay.
something that's important to you.
My rapier.
Yes, you drop your rapier,
Hmm.
and you need that to defend yourself. However,
Yeah.
you know that if you go to pick up the rapier to defend yourself, you're going to potentially miss the opportunity to loose the lifeboat. Your only chance of not drowning, being eaten alive, or whatever.
I'll leave it behind.
Cool. Loretta, attack. Ephraim, you may attack as well. You may not select suffer little harm as the complication or the hard choice.
I got a 7.
All right. Go ahead and make your 2 choices.
I would like to suffer little harm and inflict terrible harm.
All right. Ephraim.
Are there any Danes left? Booms left?
Major, 1 minor.
Yes. 1 major, 1 minor. And I have 3 minor banes and 1 major.
I will bump that up using the minor boon.
Okay. And what did that bring it up to?
That's a 7.
Oh, okay, cool. So make your 2 choices. Can't be suffer little harm.
I would like to inflict terrible harm.
Yep.
Because I want to win. And I would like to take definitive hold of the situation as well.
Yes. Are you thinking of it or of Minerva?
I don't want it attacking Minerva.
Okay,
So
cool. So Loretta fires her gun at the one tentacle that had wrapped itself around. Sorry, Loretta fires the gun at the tentacle that wrapped itself around Minerva's ankle, was starting to draw her towards the edge. It severs and then just kind of falls to the deck as this slightly squirming sludge. And another one whips out, tries to grab you, fails, and instead wraps itself back around Minerva. Ephraim comes charging at it with an axe, and severs it and throws himself over Minerva and begins pulling her away, leaving his back exposed as another one of these whip-thin tendrils lashes out. It's more like being struck with acid than it is anything else. It seems to digest some of your flesh. I think it's 2 harm. What does that bring you to in terms of harm?
0. I am dead.
Yeah. Sort of. We'll get to that in a second. But you have successfully brought Minerva to her feet. So I might retcon exactly what happens. What do you all do?
I'm
You
taking
have
advantage of taking advantage of Ephraim's sacrifice to grab Minerva and run to the lifeboat after Logan.
All right. Well, you were successful enough. All I need now. Does anyone pick up Ephraim? Ephraim has fallen.
I assume that he's dead, so I'm just
You don't know.
taking Minerva and going.
I'm not getting off the boat.
I mean,
We're leaving.
he's been dead before.
Yeah, it's fine. Then
He's
he
been
can come
dead
back
for
again.
a while.
You only die twice.
Time for me to save Minerva's life instead.
Okay.
Minerva would have attempted to reach out, but can't grab.
Oh, you can.
Oh, okay. Then she attempts
I mean, you're in rough shape. I think once Ephraim got Minerva up, Minerva can act on her own pretty well. And there's always Daniel to consider. Are you leaving Daniel to his fate?
He stays on the boat.
I think Minerva would grab Daniel over Ephraim.
Oh
Because
dear.
he's lighter.
Oh my. The good news is,
He's
Logan,
lighter.
now no one who can operate a boat is going to be on the little sailboat thing. Yeah.
Like a rowboat, I imagine.
I mean, you can theoretically row it miles and miles and miles back to land. It's your choice.
I'm the captain. I don't row shit.
Yeah. So, what are your actions? Minerva. Grabbing Daniel, making for the lifeboat. Loretta.
Escorting Minerva and Daniel to the lifeboat.
Okay. Logan.
Get on the boat. Come on. Come on.
All right. So we have a scene of Minerva helping Daniel, who is by now, I mean, even if he's scared of you, he's too weak to resist. Loretta occasionally taking pot shots at these extrusions as they attempt to block your path. Logan flourishing a rapier that he no longer has, providing unnecessary instructions to all of you in a very officious tone. One of the tentacles onto Ephraim's back. You hear a sizzle and then he's pulled overboard. But you make it to the boat. What do you do?
Try.
I will jump into the water, transform, and start pushing the boat.
Ah, very good. Is there any move relevant to that you would like to take?
I would like to call on others like me for aid.
Yes. Do that.
That is a 9. So, On a success, they come to help, but choose one. They can be seen only by you and they are incorporeal. They manifest as part of nature. They manifest as visions or dreams within the minds of those present, or they appear in monstrous guise. They probably appear in monstrous guise. I'm already transformed. I really don't care.
Yes. So, and it's a fair number, right?
Yeah.
And we'll say that they're not all necessarily exactly your kind.
Yeah, because my kind would try to eat me.
But there's
you
a
know,
whole
similar.
lot of foul, monstrous things that you can call. So as the mass that is feeding on the soldiers and partly crushing, partly dissolving the porpoise, notices, especially as more and more of them are consumed, and the little fine tendrils seem to seek out any additional sources of warmth or nutrition. As they begin to come toward you, myriad strange, almost dreamlike creatures begin to appear. Some of them help to shepherd your boat. Some of them distract or attack the tendrils. Many of them are consumed. But they heeded your call. And I will say that that is enough. That you find yourself on a lifeboat, days from shore, with no one who can really sail properly. But you have a fish monster on your side. You have no water. You have no food except for each other. But you've been in worse situations, or some of you have. So the camera pulls back from the scarred, because it did get a few little swipes toward you. There's a few scars on the hull of this ship, but nothing, not too much damage. It's still seaworthy. As you shudder and cry and bleed and all the things that happen. The camera pulls back from that, sees what is now just open ocean with bits of flotsam from the porpoise. And the camera dives down, 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 down into the depths. And there is Ephraim, slowly floating down. Almost like that vision of just descending into the depths, the cold, the stillness. Ephraim's eyes open. Black. Little inky tendrils work their way around his body. Ephraim, you've survived somehow. Yet again. And you're kind of where you wanted to be. But in your mind, when you envisioned this ultimate destination, when you envisioned the peace of the depths, you always thought that you would be alone. And how wondrous it is to realize that you're not alone. You're part of something stranger and more grand than you could ever have imagined. So as Ephraim drifts down into the depths, the last little bit of light shows the smile of delight and anticipation of all the fun you're going to have. And then into the depth. And I think that's where we'll end it. We went a little bit long, but couldn't leave the question of who would die again. And to be clear, Minerva's almost dead.
Yeah, that's fine.
What?
Loretta has food.
Yes. But you all sort of lived. Yeah. Ephraim is a really interesting person now. Like, yeah, has been through some stuff, but is probably happy. So I think it ended well. Minerva's got some new scars.
Sorry.
Everyone knows that Loretta is a fish monster.
Yep.
Logan is the captain of a boat. So Logan's fine. Logan just needs a new rapier and everything's good. Cool.
Oh, but Logan has big ideas now
Yes.
because now he knows how to get all the fish.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna be rich now. Richer.
Yes. Yes. Well,
Minerva.
Logan will be dead of syphilitic encephalopathy within a year, but that's fine.
Are Minerva and Daniel friends now?
He's half dead and barely conscious. He's probably not totally sane at this point, and him worrying about you slicing his erstwhile brother's throat open is the least horrific thing that he has now seen. So I don't know that I would call you friends, but he doesn't have the strength to flinch away when you poke him. Post-credit scene. Poor traumatized kid, half dead Minerva. Minerva weakly reaches over toward him, and we think it's going to be a sweet moment where these two people who've undergone so much trauma finally bond, and then she just pokes him for no reason.
And then Loretta pops her head out and is like, I swear to God, if you two don't stop, I'm going to eat you.
Yes.
And then goes back under and continues pushing the boat.
Yes. Post-credit scene, a little bit of that black substance has worked its way into Minerva's potato, and she's going to bring it back to shore.
No.
Yes. So that is our own little take on Alas for the Awful Sea. If you were here for any part of this, it's all like this. It is grim. The setting is intentionally grim. It is about poverty. It's about power. It's about the supernatural. It's about betrayal.
About fish.
And the constant smell of fish. So yes, and it is one in which it is not unusual for people to die and then come back weird and then die again and then be weirder. So, and one of the people is a fish monster and the other one is an absolute serial killer. So yeah, it's a story about bad things happening to not great people. But like I said, you more or less survived. Yay. Hey, why don't we do? Oh, and by the way, I mean I plug all of our games, but if you like Powered by the Apocalypse and you love beautifully written games, definitely recommend Alas for the Awful Sea. It is beautifully written, not just in terms of the mechanics, but the lore and the kind of guidance for the setting is very well researched and very well written. So I highly recommend it. I wouldn't recommend it as a long-term campaign because it's very depressing. But as a you can take it, you can kind of get into it and then let it go short series. I very much like the system. So let's do the thing that we do and let everyone know who you are, where they can find you, and if you have any concluding thoughts about what's going on with your character, please let us know. I think we started with Tough to start, so we'll start with Batty this time.
Yeah, I'm the Backwin variety streamer on Twitch, like most people are. Generally been playing a lot of TTRPGs, but this is my last one for a while. Yeah, I play games mostly. Logan is now captain of a very small vessel in the Atlantic Ocean with two people that are probably going to die and might be food. And then his only thing is he has a closing sentence for Loretta, actually. As she pops her head up to yell at the other two that are definitely going to be food. Loretta, you got the makings of greatness in you.
All right.
That's about all I got, Tom.
Because of course he would. Love it.
Hello, I am Twi'lek. I mostly died. And as I drift into the depths cold, but hearing that pounding, the waves beating against the island that isn't really there, I do feel above me the warmth of those former comrades, those sailors who died off the boat. I feel ready.
Yeah.
Sin, your turn.
Hi, I'm Sin or Potato9_juice on Twitch. I stream on Twitch. I've been streaming a masks campaign that I narrate that Tough is in, and we have good times, no trauma, no bad things, all wonderful roses, fun stuff. Uh, yeah. Uh, like back when this is my last TTRPG on this channel for some time.
Until April,
Yeah,
which is tomorrow.
yeah. But like it's late April, so it's still like 2 to 3 weeks of no sin, which is sad, I think. I don't know. Uh, so Minerva is dying, sort of, kind of. Yeah. I mean, if she dies to anyone, she'd be fine to die to Loretta. Uh, yeah. She's sad that she chose Daniel over Ephraim, but like, she cares for Loretta and wanted Loretta to be happy, so she chose the one that would be lighter and better for Loretta than taking her own blood. Yep. That was her weird thought process. And hopefully her scars on the back of her are covered up with new scars from Loretta, so it's not as traumatizing.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's new bonding.
Yeah.
Yep. Tough.
Hi, I am 98 Tough Love, or Tough, or Torf, or Torfleton, or some other variety of nickname. I am also a variety streamer on Twitch. I play lots of different games. I sometimes run games. Currently on hiatus for our current Masks campaign, but we are looking to start another Masks campaign, which will be narrated by No Hat Hatter, so I will be getting to play in that one, which will be fun. And I think that Loretta is feeling merciful. She sees these poor 3 humans who are not going to survive several days worth of trip back to the island. And Loretta is hungry. And Loretta is going to need sustenance because she is now on a quest to actually go try to find her son. So, sorry, Minerva. Probably not so sorry to Logan. Very sorry to Daniel. But she's putting you out of your misery.
Or at least those are the thoughts that occur
how
in
she
her mind
comforts
as we fade to black.
Yes.
I was like, well, you know, they had a good run. All right, so it ends in total tragedy for everyone except for Ephraim. Perfect, love it. Yeah, so I am a Zero or Zero Delight or Michael. I run games here a couple times a week. And by the way, if you don't follow us, you should. We do some spooky games and stuff like that, but very few of them are quite this grim. They have moments of grimness, but then there's like lots of moments of comedy. This was mostly just moments of horror on top of horror on top of horror and disappointment and sadness. So you can expect a little bit more uplifting experience with most of other games. Like specifically, well, maybe not. We are playing Paranoia on Saturday in a game we like to call BFF Computer. And it will for sure be funnier and sillier, but it is also all about murder and betrayal and execution for treason every 6 seconds. So if you are familiar with it, it is a very, it's almost a farce on certain kind of long past political moments of paranoia, like specifically around like the commies and the mutants are coming. So it'll be fun and silly. So we've got a couple of folks coming to play that, and then on Sunday we are wrapping up Field Trip for the 3rd issue of our Mass New Generation teenage superhero drama, Teen Justice Academy. and where I'm at least already planning issue number 4. I have ideas. And then Sunday night, hopefully, we will be able to start, Minnesota Smith and the Temple of Boom, which is a very, very silly game that will happen over at the Juices TV program and the Lissa T I'm Now a Partner channel. Yay. And where folks will play archaeologists investigating a temple that is probably exploding around them. So that'll be fun. Either a 1-shot or a 2-shot, depending upon who is able to play. That's what we got going on for the rest of the week. If you are a member of our Discord, you can go and click the pinned tweet on the general channel there and get at least a rough guess of the schedule coming up. We have a lot of things in store for you. If you are not a member of our Discord, you should be. Go head over there. If you do not follow us here, you should. It's free. Click the button. If you do not follow us over or subscribe to our YouTube channel, that is cpluscontent.tv, head over there and click the subscribe button and even the little alert bell, because it can be hard to schedule your life around when we go live. But you can always get a notification of every new thing that we do a couple times a week by clicking the alert bell over there, and you can watch it at your leisure. There's a lot. If you like spooky, you can watch all the spooky stuff. If you like sci-fi, you can watch all the sci-fi. If you like masks, you can watch all of our Teen Justice Academy. So please head over there and give us a sub. Cool. Thanks, everyone. This one was... I would not play this on a regular. It's too like... And then more bad things happen.
It's very depressing.
It's a little depressing. And I'm kind of glad now that everyone died, except for Ephraim, who's now part of the problem. You might even have to fight Ephraim for the bits and pieces.
Ow.
Yeah. Anyway, cool. Well, this was fun and interesting and in a weird kind of way. Thanks, everyone, for being game to play a very depressing, sad kind of game. We'll see you again soon. Oh, yeah, we should rate somebody. Who is up that we like?
Should we go celebrate with Lissa?
Oh, is Lissa up? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we're for sure going out. Just to remind Lissa that she's not too good to hang out with us. I suspect most of the people who are in chat here are probably also in chat over there. But let's go congratulate Lissa for being like awesome and superior. Did it work? Why is it being weird? Oh, because I can't do it from that one. That's why I'm trying to redeem from my personal. There we go.
Yay,
now it's taking. Cool. Yes. Drop the, if you are a sub, drop the one with the ahoy whale and the mediocre roll and the hype unicorn in it. If you're not a sub, go ahead and drop the one with the shrug emoji in. Show Lissa some love if you don't know her, which I have to assume that if you're here, you do. You don't know her. She is awesome. She is, Logan's like, I never met her. Just recently, after a very, very, very long wait, I got the notification that she made partner on Twitch, which is a huge milestone. Huge congratulations to her. She is awesome, people. Show her all the love. If you do not follow her, you should. You should watch her instead of us, because you can catch all of her stuff at your leisure over on YouTube. So cool. Thanks, everyone, players and chat alike, and we will see you again very, very soon.
Bye.
Bye.